In the grand, sweeping epic of natural evolution, speed, power, and sharp instincts are often revered as the iron laws of survival. Yet, on the ancient and lonely continent of Australia, a certain creature chose a completely opposite path. With its near-eternal stillness and 20 hours of daily slumber, it mocks the clamor of the secular world. Tonight, accompanied by the gently flickering hearth and this story you need not effortfully remember, let us step into its true life. This koala quietly clasps a weathered eucalyptus branch with both arms, peacefully closing its eyes in the gentle breeze laced with the crisp scent of eucalyptus. The outside world is used to defining it as cute, sluggish, or even foolish. Few know that the minty fragrant green forest it calls home is actually a biological wasteland filled with deadly toxins and barren fibers. To survive in this labyrinth of poison that deters most mammals, the koala has made a series of astonishing, even poignant evolutionary compromises over countless ages. It surrendered a highly developed brain, gave up the freedom to run, and dimmed its fire of life to the faintest spark, all to watch over a sanctuary of its own in a corner that does not belong to the strong. This is no tragedy of passive retreat, but a silent hymn of survival, sacrifice, and destiny written through a lifetime of restraint and numbness by a reclusive philosopher deep within the green canopy. Now, please let your breath lengthen and slow down with the rustling of the leaves beside the koala, and immerse yourself in this midnight dream enveloped by the aroma of eucalyptus. As the first morning light of the southern hemisphere pierces through the dense branches of the eucalyptus grove, casting mottled golden shadows upon the dry earth, the entire forest becomes shrouded in a faint mist smelling of herbal medicine. While most living things begin their daily hustle, hunting, foraging, and calling out, the koala's day proceeds with its own rhythm in near sculptural immobility. It slowly shifts its plump body, its large, gentle ears lined with thick grayish-white fur twitching slightly, before burying its head between its legs once more. To understand this unhurried grace, we must first confront its strict, almost cruel physiological ledger. This ledger is the starting point of its life and the invisible shackle binding its destiny. The koala's sole source of food is the eucalyptus leaf, widely distributed across the Australian continent. These leaves are not only as tough and leathery as hide, but also packed with tannins and phenolic compounds that could easily poison other mammals to death. Worse still, the calories these leaves provide are pitifully meager. For any warm-blooded animal requiring high-intensity activity, eating eucalyptus leaves is akin to slow suicide on the brink of starvation. To take root in this toxic paradise, devoid of competitors, the koala evolved an unbelievable system of energetic austerity. Its basal metabolic rate is incredibly low, only about 50% of an ordinary mammal's, meaning its internal fire of life merely flickers weakly, incapable of supporting any intense expenditure. It abandoned the instinct to shiver for warmth and gave up active control over its body temperature. On chilly nights, it curls tightly into a furry ball to minimize heat loss. During scorching afternoons, it seeks out a cooler tree trunk, pressing its soft belly flush against it to dissipate internal heat through physical conduction. Its every heartbeat and every breath resemble an old clock intentionally wound down to a crawl, leisurely and deliberate, fully entrusting itself to the natural cadence of the forest. However, the heaviest price the koala paid in evolutionary history to maintain this ultra-low consumption lifestyle lies hidden inside its large, round cranium. In studying the koala's anatomy, biologists discovered a brutal secret: the koala's brain is exceptionally bizarre among mammals. Not only is it remarkably tiny, but it doesn't even fill the cranial cavity, floating like a shriveled walnut inside a skull awash with cerebrospinal fluid. Even more unusual is its remarkably smooth cerebral cortex, completely lacking the gyri and sulci, the folds and wrinkles, that ordinary mammals evolved to enhance cognitive capacity. From a biological standpoint, the brain is an incredibly expensive organ. Though it accounts for a tiny fraction of body weight, it drains over 20% of the body's total energy. Faced with barren and toxic eucalyptus leaves, the koala made a fiercely resolute choice over long ages of survival. To save energy, it actively shrank its own brain. The cost of this decision is clear: it stripped the koala of complex logical reasoning and the ability to react swiftly to sudden dangers. A famous experiment has left countless people sighing with pity. If plucked eucalyptus leaves are placed on a flat plate and offered to a koala, it fails to recognize them as food entirely. Deprived of the specific context of plucking from a branch, it will choose to starve to death right in front of the food. This sluggishness, appearing almost absurd to humans, is precisely the tragic destiny of trading intelligence for life. It has no need to contemplate the starry sky, plan for the future, or even comprehend the world before it. It only needs to remember a familiar scent and the tree fork supporting its weight. Faced with nature's coldest sorting, it bartered away intellect to secure millions of years of peaceful bodily reproduction in this toxic forest, a form of existential desolation hard to put into words. If the degeneration within the skull is the koala's silent compromise, then the specialized 2-meter-long cecum in its abdominal cavity is its secret battlefield against toxins in a quiet world. Every single eucalyptus leaf the koala consumes undergoes an agonizingly long journey of detoxification and digestion, much like an internal alchemy. Inside its disproportionately large cecum live billions of unique microbes. These tiny organisms work silently in the dark, breaking down tough fibers and dismantling or neutralizing deadly chemical toxins one by one. This process demands a colossal amount of stamina and time, which explains why the koala must immediately plunge into a deep sleep lasting several or even over a dozen hours after a modest meal of leaves. Its slumber is not born of laziness, but because its body is redirecting all blood and energy to the abdomen to wage a life-or-death battle of detoxification. Every time we see it dozing off on camera, a bloodless microscopic war is raging within its body, turning lethal arsenic into the nectar of life. Because eucalyptus leaves contain ample moisture, the koala barely ever needs to climb down to seek water throughout its long life. Its name in the local indigenous tongue means precisely, no drink. It isolates itself entirely within the canopy, severing ties with the chaotic world below and evading the fatal gazes of keen predators on the ground. In this intensely lonely discipline, the koala lives as an island floating in mid-air, communicating with no one and yielding to no hardship, silently chewing the bitterness of time amidst fragrance and numbness. The tenderest yet most heart-wrenching aspect of a koala's life is undoubtedly the tiny pouch nestled against the mother's abdomen. As a marsupial that never evolved a complete placenta, a mother koala's gestation lasts a mere 35 days, and the newborn cub can hardly be called a fully formed life. The newborn koala joey is only the size of a peanut, weighing less than a single gram. Hairless, blind, and with undeveloped ears, it looks as fragile as a drop of translucent water. The moment it is born, this tiny life, devoid of almost all sensory perception, must rely purely on instinct to crawl laboriously through its mother's coarse fur, eventually slipping into the warm, backward-facing pouch. Inside that blind pouch filled with the aroma of milk and endless darkness, the joey spends 6 months of silent time, its safest and purest sanctuary. However, as those 6 months pass and the cub grows, peeking its furry little head out, it must confront the first and most unique hurdle of its life, weaning and learning to eat toxic eucalyptus leaves. To help the joey's delicate stomach adapt to future poisons, the mother expels a special, semi-digested soft fecal byproduct from her pouch, known scientifically as pap. Rich in detoxifying microbes from the mother's cecum, the cub must feed exclusively on this substance for several consecutive weeks to establish its own internal immune system. This method of feeding, which might seem unclean or primitive to the secular world, is the greatest bond of heritage maternal love can forge in an exceptionally barren environment. Using her own digestive products, the mother fashions a shield against toxins for her child, passing this survival wisdom down silently through generations for thousands of years. Yet, this extreme evolution, staking all survival chips entirely on eucalyptus forests, has turned into a fatal vulnerability before the tidal waves of human civilization and drastic climate change. The koala's unique muscle and claw anatomy grants it unparalleled grip on tree trunks, but once it leaves the trees and ventures onto the solid earth, it plummets into immense panic and helplessness. Their hind limbs are short and ill-suited for running. On crisscrossing highways and human pastures, they can only amble along in an agonizingly slow, waddling gait. A more harrowing fate descends during the exceptionally dry, blistering summers of the Australian continent. When bushfires, whipped up by gale-force winds, turn into raging oceans of flame swallowing the eucalyptus forests, the tragedy of the koala reaches its zenith. Because eucalyptus leaves are rich in volatile oils, they trigger devastating explosions when exposed to extreme heat, turning an entire tree into a massive torch in an instant. At such times, the koala's ancient instinct for danger, climbing higher and deeper into the canopy and holding deathly still against the trunk, becomes a fatal curse pushing them into the abyss. They cannot leap across meters of shrubbery like kangaroos to flee the inferno, nor can they take wing like birds. They can only watch helplessly as the fire creeps up from below, consumed by rolling choke smoke and heat waves in the canopy they loved all their lives. In the ashes of those disasters, people often find surviving koalas with their thick paw pads severely burned, yet still mechanically and instinctively clinging for dear life to carbonized, blackened trunks, their eyes filled with innocence and confusion. This blind defense of home is a logic of destiny etched into the deepest core of their genes, and their most heart-wrenching, powerless rebellion against a fast-changing modern world. Tonight, that distant forest fire has long been extinguished by the passage of time, and the night sky of the southern hemisphere has reclaimed its primal depth and vastness. The Milky Way, like a radiant ribbon of white silk, spans quietly across the eucalyptus canopy. Meanwhile, the koala, having weathered the storms of fate, slumbers on in its familiar fork. In the prologue, we sought to uncover the secret behind its 20-hour daily sleep. Now, stripping away the harsh truths of toxins, brain degeneration, and raging fires, what remains for us is an absolute tranquility transcending life and death. With a near-ultimate form of inaction, it has peacefully endured for countless centuries on a planet rife with predation and competition. It leaves the forest no destruction and no plunder, only a faint aroma of eucalyptus that diffuses through the deep night with its every breath. In its world, nothing is worth hurrying for, and no anxiety is worth sacrificing sleep over. Living itself is a serene vigil kept high in the treetops. Listening to the faint breeze outside your window, sounding like it traveled from the heart of the woods, and watching the final, faint, warm glow of the hearth fire in your room, has the fatigue within your body finally found its resting place? Be like that creature beneath the starry sky, cradling its tree trunk. On this night that requires nothing of your consciousness, gently lay down all thoughts of right and wrong, gains and losses, and futures. Let your limbs unwind slowly in the warmth of your sheets, and let your mind dissolve entirely into that peaceful, profound pool of dreams. Along with this story you need not effortfully remember. The night is far spent, the forest has hushed into silence. May you be accompanied by this crisp fragrance, rest peacefully, have a beautiful dream, and good night. Deep within the ferocious and brutal sun-scorched barrens, the laws of survival are often equated with the clash of power, the gamble of speed, and fierce long-distance raids. Yet, atop the freezing, clear desert's starry sky, a certain creature composes an acoustic miracle of life, dissolving the clamor of heaven and earth in the lightest, gentlest posture. Tonight, accompanied by the gently flickering hearth and this story you need not effortfully remember, let us step into his true life. This fennec fox stands quietly upon a windless, cool sand dune beneath the desert's starry sky, his fur, as soft as silk and laced with delicate milk-white mottling, appearing boundlessly serene under the faint moonlight. The outside world is accustomed to calling them dune hermits or elven foxes in terrifying legends, but few truly understand that this seemingly mysterious and bizarre creature is actually a reclusive sage utilizing acoustic physics to the absolute limit. The life path he charts is an absolute silence devoid of any air friction sound or tearing burst of wind, just like a silent breeze brushing over sand grains. Even the keenest nocturnal insects cannot detect his descent. To survive in a world without water droplets, the fennec fox made a series of astonishing, even poignant evolutionary compromises along its lengthy lineage. He surrendered the compact, sharp head proportions of traditional mammals and remodeled his pinpa into a hearing radar that is hypervulnerable to noise damage and intensely fragile, solely to barter for an absolute precise listening inside the barrens. This is no relaxed or elegant hunting cruise, but a hermit meditating lonely in the deep dark, constructing an invisible anechoic chamber within the shifting dunes through a lifetime of restraint, endurance, and concentration. Now, please let your breath lengthen and slow down with the rhythmic, gentle microsand grain flows beside the fennec fox, and immerse yourself in this midnight dreamscape tenderly wrapped in silent whispers. When the last glint of faint autumn twilight vanishes completely from the desolate sand barrens, the chilly night wind, laden with parched dust, begins to unfold silently across the boundless earth. At this hour, when most living things attempt to shrink back into deep burrows out of dread for the diurnal temperature variance or collapse into desperate sleep, the fennec fox's day commences in extreme quietude and alertness. He slowly turns his head from the ancient sandy opening of the abandoned burrow. Upon that perfectly V-shaped face, as delicate as a white porcelain plate, two eyes as black as ink betray a concentration he can never discard for life. To comprehend this focus, we must first uncover his strict physiological ledger that offers no retreat. This is the starting point of all his actions and the acoustic shackle binding his destiny. Unlike other birds of prey or beasts that rely on speed or strength to hunt in daylight, the fennec fox's life belongs completely to the pitch black, and prey in the dark usually harbor a hypersensitive alertness to vibrations. If his body were as coarse and devoid of a heat-dissipating mechanism as an ordinary fox's, the exact moment he faced the 50-degree heat of daytime, his internal heat would accumulate to a lethal payload within a few short minutes, triggering fatal dehydration. To survive in this corner devoid of water sources, the fennec fox thoroughly remodeled his pinna across long ages on a microfluid dynamics level. If we magnify his ears under a microscope, an awe-inspiring physical world reveals itself. Within his colossal pinna, which commands nearly half the proportions of his head, are densely distributed a staggering number of regularly arranged rigid capillaries resembling miniature cooling pipes. These tiny vessels act like a fleet of delicate cooling fins, silently slicing and radiating the massive heat accumulated inside his frame into the air as the night wind blows. Immediately following this, a layer of ultrafine velvet-like underfur coating his internal ear surfaces acts like a thick sponge, perfectly absorbing and dissolving these faint vibrations swaying with the wind. Ultimately, when the current flows past the trailing edge of the pinna, a defensive line woven from countless soft, staggered, fringe-like hairs, it transitions smoothly back into the air, leaving behind not a single noise-generating vortex. This ultimate sound-softening and heat-radiating structure allows his core body heat and kinetic movement energy to strike a balance in the gentlest way on a microscale as he wanders the freezing night sky, unhurried and deliberate, fully complying with the natural laws of fluid dynamics. His entire life is spent within this cooling greenhouse built by hand from hundreds of millions of gentle fur strands, demanding the utmost diligence to mend and nurse that vital coat which could fail at any moment due to mere dirt. However, the heaviest price the fennec fox pays in its epic of life to sustain this ultimate silent movement and listening lies hidden within its seemingly sturdy pinna, which actually offers zero resistance to moisture. To attain peak acoustic clarity, the fennec fox's pelage abandoned the thick stratum corneum owned by most mammals during its evolution, meaning it cannot smear sebum across its fur surfaces to gain flawless thermal insulation like a polar bear or a camel. His ears are porous, loose, and hypersusceptible to evaporative water loss. When a sudden midnight rainstorm descends without warning over the ancient wilderness, it marks a lethal catastrophe for the fennec fox. The instant those crystalline, freezing raindrops make contact with his ears, they do not beat up and roll off as they would on other animals, but rapidly infiltrate and saturate his thick underfur layer like a sponge soaking up water. Once waterlogged, the fur collapses and mats together instantly, which not only strips him of that vital air-insulating greenhouse in a flash, but also causes his head weight to skyrocket, turning his cranium as heavy as iron. At this juncture, with every labored stride he makes across the storm-beaten dunes, he emits an exceptionally coarse, muffled sound of sand friction, completely stripped of his proud, silent close-up protection. Plunged into this intense wretchedness, he can catch no insects hidden deep beneath the shifting sand in the dark, and worse, he slides into fatal hypothermia due to the sudden drain of stamina and the massive energetic expense of keeping warm. Consequently, when rare seasons of unceasing rain arrive, the fennec fox is frequently forced to stay in the blind corners of ruined burrows, enduring days and nights of starvation, his eyes flashing with immense dread of an unknown clear sky. This is precisely why every single fennec fox's perception of weather is honed to a near-obsessive degree. As elegant as they are beneath a clear night sky, they are equally desolate amidst continuous rain. This acoustic dominance bartered away at the cost of waterproofing rights is a destiny hymn etched into the deepest core of their genes, anchoring their lifelong security to a mere straw that could snap with a single rain dot. If the blood vessels on his ears are the fennec fox's invisible armor for conquering the desert, then his perfectly shaped face and completely asymmetrical auditory nerve distribution are his secret weapons for battling fate in a silent world. In the absolute pitch black of a night devoid of a single ray of light, when his eyes lose all utility for observing the world, the fennec fox relies on his auditory spatial mapping system, unmatched in the biological realm. That pair of colossal pinnae, as delicate as white porcelain plates, is actually not for aesthetics. It is a precise, sound-collecting radar, forged from exceptionally stiff, densely packed cartilage. It can precisely refract, focus, and amplify those incredibly faint sound waves generated by sand friction or insects crawling centimeters beneath the sandy floor. In the wastes, directing them straight into his ear canals hidden deep beneath the coat. Even more abnormal is that the cochlea on his left and right sides harbor a clever, fine-tuning mechanism. When capturing audio, one biases toward high frequencies, one biases toward low frequencies, one faces forward, one faces back. This setup looks close to a deformity to humans, but in fluid acoustics, it stands as a divine design capable of drafting a three-dimensional map. When a sliver of sound wafts from beneath the sand layers, owing to the difference in location, the time it takes for the sound to reach the fennec fox's left and right ears differs by an incredibly minute delta of a few 10,000ths of a second, accompanied by a subtle intensity variance. The fennec fox's brain, not colossal in volume, yet allocating the vast majority of its neurons to the auditory processing system, can capture this minute delta in a split second. He does not need to ponder the vastness of the starry sky or scheme a path for tomorrow. He only needs to translate this tiny time variance into an absolute coordinate precise to the millimeter inside his mind. When he pounces silently down from a sand dune, his forepaws clamping unerringly and digging apart prey hidden deep within the drifts in the pitch dark, he doesn't even need to open his eyes. In this pure devotion of total intellect to sound, the fennec fox lives as an auditory island, floating in mid-air, severing all crossings with the chaotic world of daylight, silently keeping vigil over the secrets of the long night in wordless stillness. The thread of a fennec fox's destiny spans not only the subtleties of microscopic physics, but also carries that poignant moment hidden at the boundary where ancient ecosystems clash with modern civilization. Over past centuries, the habitats the fennec fox clung to most were the ancient windless dunes and abandoned stone caves widely scattered across the North African Sahara and rustic deserts. The sandy strata there were dry, warm, and exhaled a comforting scent of aged rock and soil, his most flawless reproductive haven and midnight roost. When the summer night breeze of June ripples through the sand waves, the fennec fox mother, in the deepest recesses of the dim cave, tenderly shields her litter of freshly opened-eyed kits with her own body. She must endure over 30 days of silent time there, a nest brimming with dry sand aromatics and endless quietude, the safest nesting attachment she gives her posterity. Yet, under the ruthless crush of the era's giant wheel, ancient natural civilization was thoroughly torn asunder and replaced within a few short decades by cold, soaring off-road jeep wheels and industrial tourism projects. Those silent dunes were bulldozed and compacted, morphed into uniform, motor-roaring off-road rally circuits, completely severing the ancient contract between the fennec fox and the earth. When the fox mother and her young awakened startled in this world choked by the roars of modern machinery, finding that the noise-canceling pelage and asymmetrical ears they depend on for life are rendered useless before the endless industrial din, the dread and despair in their hearts hit a zenith. Noise pollution shatters the accuracy of their internal 3D map-making, while environmental shifts strip them of their final warm eaves to evade the blistering sun. In the blind spots of those abandoned ruins, people frequently glimpse their solitary figures standing, their pristine, delicate V-shaped faces coated in industrial soot, their eyes filled with innocence, confusion, and a quiet sigh for this fast-changing world. Returning once more to the deep blind spots of the desolate dunes, the fennec fox becomes an invisible sage wrapped in the night again, quietly and coldly watching the shifting winds and clouds of the earth. In the vast night sky, countless creatures fly in a frantic rush driven by desire or shriek out of terror, running blindly in the dark, frantically draining their stamina for mere scraps of survival. Yet, when the fennec fox's smoke-light figure sweeps across the tips of the sand dunes, the entire space seems to slow down owing to this meditative composure, and time loses its past sharp edge within his pinna. With ultimate silence, he successfully weaves a blind spot net free from worldly disruption amidst the turbulent currents of the night sky. Faced with the plight of survival and the squeeze of the era, he displays no violent rebellion or angry bark, but rather a near-sculptural forbearance and absolute yielding to natural laws. Over long ages, he has seen too many powerful beasts perish from a moment of impulse, and too many monarchs exhaust themselves to death in pursuit of speed. He merely stays in his own corner, letting the wind blow and the rain fall, letting time weather the stone walls, silently hoarding every faint ounce of strength to perpetuate his bloodline in the deepest silence. This slowness, this ultimate pursuit of quietude, might seem a trivial exit in the eyes of the clamorous modern secular world, but within the boundless dimension of time, it commands an unrivaled, dignity-filled philosophy of higher life. The barons of the deep night welcome another delicate, lingering breeze. The rustling wind brushes past withered desert plants and waves of sand, generating a rhythmic, reassuring white noise. Perched upon the ancient sand dune, the fennec fox slightly adjusts the angle of his ears, letting the cool night wind carry away the final trace of daytime chaos and fatigue from his frame. In the prologue, we marveled at his counterintuitive silent listening and his acoustic riddles within the freezing night. Now, all those mysteries have found their best home in the deep recesses of this placid sky. He has left the world no deafening roars, nor glorious records of conquering vast territories. What he leaves behind is simply a tender trace gliding beneath the moonlight without producing a single sound. In his world, time is no longer a monster urging life to sprint forward relentlessly, but a breath of clear wind flowing gently through the micropiny, completely cancelled of noise. He uses his entire life to prove to us that in this universe packed with anxiety, competition, and noise, remaining quiet and learning to listen is actually an exceptionally decent and dignified way to live. Listening to the rhythmic rise and fall of the night wind rustling outside your window and watching the final, faint, introverted warm glow of the hearth fire in your room, has the tight tension within your nerves finally received the gentlest comfort? There is no need to fret over unfinished tasks with intense anxiety, nor tremble over tomorrow's unknowns. Like that weathered being suspended beneath the starry sky, lay down all your defenses and burdens. Let your tight muscles fully unwind with every rise and fall of your breath. Let your weary mind slowly find its footing and settle into this story you need not effortfully remember. The night is far spent, and the physics story inside the midnight penny has concluded. May you carry this ultimate tenderness, tranquility, and silent attachment. Gently close your eyes, have a beautiful dream, and good night. When you lie on your bed in the windless dark of night, watching the moonlight cut into mottled shards by the curtains, your brain may still be tossing and turning over the clamor and regrets of the day. Yet, the most famous counterintuitive miracle in the history of biological evolution, and the most fascinating ultimate riddle, coldly tells us that at the very bottom of those cold, turbid rivers on earth that see not a single ray of sunlight, a silent spiritual practice lasting 200 million years is actually taking place. If we turn our gaze toward that deep-water world filled with unknown silt, you will not see a single shred of modern species impatience. You will only see an extraordinarily peculiar frame, akin to a mythical creation, gliding gently through the ultradark aquatic depths with eyes closed. It does not rely on sight, it does not depend on hearing, and at the very instant it plunges beneath the water, it seals its eyes, ears, and nostrils tightly inside the folds of its skin, completely severing all direct contact with the external physical world. The silent roaming of the platypus, tactile potentials at the bottom of dark rivers. Today, it is no longer a comical summary about primitivity and degeneration in a science journal, but an ultimate meditative lullaby left by nature for the night and for insomniacs. Tonight, accompanied by the gently flickering hearth and this story you need not effortfully remember, let us step into its true life. In this micro-wandering of extreme self-restraint at the bottom of dark rivers, all daytime anxieties and impetuousness will be ruthlessly washed away by the vastness of the timescale, leaving behind only the ultimate serenity, destiny, and tenderness. The first fracture of destiny in our story unfolds during a bitterly cold dusk, where the air faintly bears the crisp fragrance of eucalyptus and a chilly wind brushes across the water's surface. It is a slow-moving, pristine stream nestled on the eastern edge of the Australian continent, where ancient ferns along the banks cast long, low-saturation dark grey shadows into the night. A 3-year-old platypus, petite in size, refined in features, and covered entirely in dense, waterproof fur like a sea otter, squats quietly on the soft, damp grey mud of the bank. Its flat, leathery black bill rhythmically touches the water, stirring up circles of extremely faint, beautifully delicate ripples that are regular almost to the point of hypnosis. Within the ancient physiological world inside its body, one of nature's most wondrous prompts for sleep is quietly occurring. Unlike terrestrial mammals whose blood boils and heartbeats skyrocket for the chase, its core biological clock secretes an intensely restrained, introverted hormonal stream throughout its frame. Through the baptism of 200 million years, its basal metabolic rate has been actively pressed down to an unimaginably low trough, supreme, most tender physiological retreat made after seeing through how worldly laws exploit life. The dusk deepens, and at the exact split second the last glint of twilight is completely swallowed by the shadows of the flowing water, its feet push off gently. With an exquisitely elegant motion that makes not a single splash, it glides smoothly into the dark, freezing depths of the underwater world. At that precise instant, the skin folds on its face spontaneously tighten, enveloping and sealing away its eyes and ears perfectly. Its vision vanishes into a pure, absolute blackness, and its ears can no longer catch the land's wind and clamor. It surrenders itself entirely to this dark river, discarding all the arrogance of modern high-energy senses, relying solely on that specialized bill swaying gently from side to side in the current to begin a midnight silent cruise wholly independent of the sun. Once the floodgates of its senses are completely shut, the small platypus's seemingly clumsy black bill unveils a miracle of slow aesthetics that transcends the limits of human imagination within the dark. Riverbed silt. This is a tapestry of time carved out by nature's most rigorous physical laws. Across the leathery, soft skin of its bill are densely distributed a staggering 40,000 incredibly sensitive electroreceptors, alongside tens of thousands of precise mechanical tactile receptors. As it glides along the turbid, freezing river bottom with an exceptionally regular, side-to-side swaying gait, these receptors capture minute potential difference changes of 1/10,000,000th of a volt in the surrounding water with a voiceless frequency. Within its microscopic realm, the ultradark river floor is actually an intensely gorgeous, orderly starry sky woven from faint electrical currents. A tiny shrimp a few centimeters away in the mud gently twitches a muscle, releasing a sliver of a biological electrical signal into the current, and this signal instantly sparks a gentle ripple within the grid of the bill. It has no need to open its eyes or discern the color of its neighbor. Through 200 million years of forbearance and evolution, its cerebral cortex long ago mastered decoding these faint potential differences into panoramic maps of the riverbed, brimming with geometric beauty and absolute certainty. It drifts through this dark gold castle woven of currents and aquatic white noise, every movement slowed to the absolute limit, devoid of any haste, devoid of any aggression. It merely yields to the will of gravity and flowing water, breathing silently within the crevices of each sedimentary rock. Time slows its steps completely here. The epochal shifts and the rise and fall of civilizations upon dry land manifest in the center of this icy riverbed mud merely as a subtle dissipation of a 10,000,000th of a gram in the decay rate of a fallen leaf on the surface. Like a refined elder who has weathered the ages and seen through the disillusionment of fame and wealth, it quietly recalibrates its heart rate with every slow sweep of the water ripples, turning this 200-million-year-old body into a miniature oasis of self-healing, covered in fine gray fur, drifting in the perpetual night. To truly perceive the secret of life wrapped beneath this deep water and earth, we must pivot our perspective to the most poignant milestone of its existence, filled with the tension of fate and power, the late autumn vigil of brooding. During the annual breeding season, the mother platypus, elegant in form, with melancholy eyes, will alone dig out a deep, damp subterranean tunnel spanning up to 20 meters into the bank sloping by the stream. At the very end of this tunnel lies a deeply warm, secure chamber lined with decaying leaves. To shelter her two precious, ancient eggs, whose shells are as soft and pliable as leather, from the ruthless compression of external predators, she uses her flat tail to beat the damp earth firm, inch by inch. She erects several sturdy barricades within the tunnel, completely severing herself from the bustling world outside. This is an ultimate cloistered meditation lasting several weeks, unwritten by a single word, pushing a mother's love, ordered with human-like logic, to its absolute peak. In the darkest depths of the mud bed and tree burrow, shielded from the sun, she presses the two eggs tightly against her warm abdomen, using her own core heat to counter the biting terrestrial chills seeping from the soil. In that cramped space, the conventional concept of time undergoes a transformation close to a miracle. She possesses no hard eggshells or incubator like ordinary birds. She can only use her own endurance and flesh to bear the unceasing pressure of the dark, until two tiny, semi-translucent hatchlings, no larger than peanuts, break through. In the subsequent nursing phase, what inspires even deeper awe and tenderness is that, as a member of the ancient order Monotremata, her body never evolved any teat structures for suckling. The surface of her refined belly fur, much like a human secreting sweat during a state of deep relaxation, let's rich, milk-white fluid, brimming with antibacterial factors, ooze out with extreme slowness and restraint through specialized glandular pores. The two tiny joeys keep their eyes closed, resting upon her warm belly with utter submission and deep attachment, licking away these drops of primeval nectar as they stream through the fur. In this voiceless, sweet-scented micro-oasis, they pass the spark of life down through the generations. This subterranean lineage, rife with relational tension and clashing with the outer epoch, carries no announcements and makes not a single sound. The mother silently bears the toll of exhausted stamina, her every breath carving out a tender domain for her young so they are not wholly consumed by absolute darkness, forging physical pain into the most unyielding, long-lasting confession on this planet amidst frigid silence. The most profoundly healing and reassuring aspect of the platypus's silent roaming lies in its absolute equity and eternal stillness, which transcend all human social structures. In the year 2026, no matter how unimaginably high the technology of human society has climbed, and no matter how secular utility, fame, and anxiety cause souls to toss and turn in the dead of night, unable to find rest, this slow-moving life dwelling at the dark river bottom keeps the tactile potential frequencies within its body synchronized to that exact same intensely slow, intensely restrained unique beat from 200 million years ago. Right at this moment, in this room so quiet you can only catch the faint murmurs of shifting water, and in every corner of this building, nature's purest aesthetic of survival transforms into a psychological prompt steeped in a sense of attachment, softly stroking your taut cerebral cortex and soothing your anxious heartstrings. That tiny platypus has no need to prove its might in a storm, nor tremble over tomorrow's direction. It simply accepts the limitations of its physical frame with equanimity, choosing to shut down all its external senses every single night, surrendering itself completely to this icy river that has embraced it for millennia. Its every faint heartbeat, its every slow glide across the mud bed, telepaths an anchor of absolute acceptance to the midnight insomniac. It's all right. Now is the time to rest. You can safely close your eyes, and shut away your sight and hearing. No matter how chaotic the world becomes, the ultradark aquatic floor forever preserves its most certain tranquility and self-healing. Before such a grand, unyielding, and eternal ecological law, all the gains and losses we cling to during the day, the anxieties, regrets, and pains that strip us of our sleep, reveal themselves to be utterly insignificant, like a single speck of gray dust drifting down upon the oceanic riverbed, vanishing in a flash. Like an elegant elder who has witnessed the rise and fall of space and time, it whispers tenderly in your ear during every lonely night, using a near-static evolutionary rhythm of 200 million years, lay down your defenses. Return all your tension back into the ultra-slow cadence of nature. Everything is well, everything will pass. Through a silent voyage and physiological endurance spanning 200 million years, it proves that the complete shutting away of senses and self-retreat stand as the most ultimate, long-lasting ancient self-healing aesthetic in this cold world. As the midnight tides gradually smooth over every rise and fall of the entire river, that silent roaming ball unfolding at the bottom of the dark waters will ultimately meet its most gentle nocturnal curtain drop. Over the coming hours, that gentle hermit, having catalogued tens of thousands of potential perceptions beneath the surface, will completely cease its slow cruising along the margins of the mud bed. Following familiar lines of gravity, it will return deep within that dim tree burrow blanketed in layers of dry grass and fallen leaves, dangling its limbs in the most relaxed posture to slip into a deep torpor lasting over a dozen hours. The entire frigid underwater space will harbor no further stirrings. Only those threads of faint bioelectric particles emanating from the skin of its bill will quietly disperse through the icy water, releasing a delicate, subtle fragrance touched with the lingering warmth of fallen leaves and ancient snows, wrapping you and this weary world together in silence. The silent roaming of the platypus, tactile potentials at the bottom of dark rivers, she has answered all the ultimate riddles regarding the rhythm of survival posed in the prologue. She proves that we are never orphans who appeared by chance in the lonely dark, but beautiful notes destined to emerge within this 200 million year-long symphony of the earth. The world has grown perfectly still. The moonlight outside your window, moving in tandem with the blood circulation inside your body, weaves a shroud of dim light and shadow, safest and most reassuring, within your room. There is no need to ponder where the destination of growth lies, nor fret over when tomorrow's wind and rain will cease. You only need to align with the ancient, regular, slow heartbeats of these creatures from the deep, and completely relax your breathing. The story has gently come to rest. That river lullaby, performed in concert by silt and tactile potentials, echoes softly inside your mind. Please close your eyes, and sink peacefully into this deepest, most tranquil dreamscape woven for you by a platypus. Good night. In the remote edges of an arid wilderness, where the sun scorches the earth until even silence feels dry and sharp, there exists a creature that has carved order directly into its own scales. The California kingsnake, a black and white wanderer suspended between life and death, moves like a living contradiction, both calm and absolute, both delicate and dominant, defining the very outline of order in this untamed land. Tonight, follow me into forgotten rocky landscapes where time seems to have eroded everything except stillness, and listen to how this quiet monarch preserves a near-eternal sense of balance amid isolation. May this wild yet tranquil presence wash over your thoughts like a cooling shadow beneath the desert sun, gently carrying away the noise and tension of your day. Is there a way of living that transforms pure black and white into something both beautiful and intimidating, symbols that feel almost mythological in their simplicity? The life of the California kingsnake is an ultimate expression of order itself. It moves without urgency, weaving its perfect geometric patterns into the folds and fractures of a harsh wilderness. In an era where everyone seeks validation and recognition, the silent presence of the kingsnake reflects a kind of absolute strength that many quietly long for but rarely attain. Dim the lights. Let this cold yet elegant wilderness flow slowly into your dreams, dissolving every layer of pretense you have worn throughout the day. When all life in the desert struggles to survive under relentless heat and scarcity, there is one creature that chooses to exist at the boundary of light and shadow, becoming both observer and judge of this land. The black and white pattern of the kingsnake is not merely camouflage. It is a declaration of belief, an internal code carved into its very being. Tonight, we enter its world not to witness violence, but to understand how it maintains an almost obsessive sense of stability in a world defined by chaos and fluctuation. Let this restrained voice from the wild gently repair the scattered fragments of your attention, and guide you back toward a quieter, more centered version of yourself. Prologue. In a wilderness permanently baked by heat, where dust clings to the air and even the wind feels exhausted, there exists a creature that understands how to dismantle chaos through precision. The California kingsnake, with its sharply defined black and white body resembling the keys of an ancient instrument, slides across burning stone not as a simple reptile, but as a moving boundary of authority itself. Many struggle to understand why such a powerful predator would adopt a life so still, so controlled, and seemingly indifferent, even when confronting venomous rivals. Yet beneath this cold discipline lies a profound question about power, restraint, and survival. This is not a story of violence or destruction. It is the story of how the kingsnake turned survival into a long meditation on control, patience, and dominion. Over years of silent existence, it absorbs the texture of the land into its bones, the heat of rocks, the silence between winds, the rhythm of dust storms passing overhead. Tonight, we do not speak of venom or immunity. We speak of order. We speak of how a creature transforms a fractured landscape into a personal philosophy. As the world outside quiets and your breath begins to slow, step with me into this monochrome realm where black and white are not colors, but principles. Chapter 1. His name was Theron. In the vast stretch of desert wilderness, he was only one faint line among countless shifting patterns of stone and shadow. For Theron, survival was not about pursuit. It was about positioning, finding the precise curve of shade beneath fractured rock where heat and shadow could coexist without destruction. His bond with the land was silent, almost contractual. Between dry shrubs and cracked earth, he felt the slow pulse of something ancient, like the heartbeat of a forgotten world. He remembered a rare moment during a brutal dry season when the entire landscape seemed to fracture under the weight of heat. Vegetation collapsed into silence. Smaller reptiles fled into stone crevices in panic. Yet Theron remained still. His body pressed firmly against cool rock, every scale absorbing the minimal relief it could find. Eyes closed. Breath slowed. He allowed the desert to pass through him instead of resisting it. This was not endurance as suffering. It was refinement. In those moments, he learned to reduce his presence until he became nearly indistinguishable from the landscape itself. Over time, Theron realized something profound: those who struggle blindly against the wilderness are often consumed by it. But those who listen, truly listen, begin to see the hidden structure beneath chaos. He became neither victim nor aggressor. He became a reflection of the land's own rhythm, black and white, still yet alive, present yet almost invisible. Chapter 2. As Theron's presence deepened within the desert, a strange phenomenon emerged, what could only be described as monarch-like solitude. Tiny insects occasionally landed upon his patterned scales, mistaking him for stone. Dust drifted across his eyes. The wind sometimes piled sand along his body like forgotten time. Yet he did not react. He existed in a state so still it bordered on absence. The desert itself became his language. Rock formations, shifting heat currents, the faint movement of prey beneath stone, all of it replaced conversation, companionship, and conflict. During a prolonged dry season, Theron experienced a peculiar fatigue, not of suffering, but of clarity. A quiet understanding that life was not meant to be chased endlessly, but observed. He watched lizards dart across sunlit stone, competing violently for shelter and dominance. And for the first time, he felt something resembling compassion. Not superiority. Not detachment. But recognition. He understood then that the kingsnake is not simply a hunter. It is a coordinate within chaos, a fixed point that reminds all motion that stillness is also power. Through this realization, Theron transformed his existence into something like a moving axis of black and white light across the desert. He became neither hero nor villain. He became a reference point for silence in a world overwhelmed by motion. Chapter 3. Time eventually softened even Theron. The sharp contrast of his black and white scales became weathered, less defined by youth and more shaped by endless exposure to sun and stone. His eyes, once alert to every tremor of the land, now carried a deeper, quieter distance. He no longer changed positions frequently. Instead, he chose the deepest cracks within the rock formations, places closest to the earth's hidden pulse and farthest from the violence of wind. There, he conserved what little energy remained, waiting not for prey, but for the fading warmth of stars reflected across stone. He had become something beyond survival. He had become part of the terrain itself. One cold, mist-laced dawn, Theron settled into the deepest silence he had ever known. Not to escape the cold, but to complete a cycle that had been unfolding since the beginning of his existence. There was no struggle. No resistance. Only release. His life aligned perfectly with the structure of the land, as if he had never been separate from it at all. The desert did not react. It simply continued breathing. Wind passed through dry grass. Stones remained unmoved. The world carried on without disruption. And yet something had changed. Theron had become embedded within the memory of the land itself. Epilogue. As the final light of day vanished beyond the horizon, the wilderness returned to its ancient silence. Theron's story sank into the earth like dust settling after a long storm. The story of the California kingsnake is not about dominance or fear. It is about the right to remain centered in a world that constantly demands movement. Whenever life feels overwhelming, remember Theron. Remember the black and white shadow that moved without haste across burning stone. He did not fight the world. He aligned with it. And in that alignment, he discovered something stronger than conflict, stillness shaped like authority. Like a monochrome line drawn across the desert, it remains even when everything else fades. Tonight, let this image stay with you. Let it guide you into sleep like a distant wind passing over silent rock. And may you wake with the quiet strength of something unshakable within you. Rest now. The world has slowed. And so have you. At the edge of sand dunes scorched and trembling under a relentless sun, there exists a creature that treats performance not as a tactic, but as a lifelong creed. And the hognose snake, with its strangely upturned snout and perpetually almost offended expression, is a natural-born actor of the wild. When death looms inches away, it does not merely react, it stages an elaborate, almost theatrical collapse, turning its own demise into an illusion so convincing that even the most dominant predators hesitate and withdraw. Entonite, follow me into those dry, whispering shrubs and step into its world. We will learn to read each carefully staged death, each calculated surrender that is not weakness, but an intelligence carved out of survival itself. And may this narrative of disguise and truth, of retreat and persistence, offer you a rare moment of calm insight amid the noise of the night. There are lives that choose the armor of hardened scales to fight against the world, and then there is the hognose snake, which chooses instead a sequence of flawless performances to buy itself space to exist. Nit does not engage in brute contests of strength. Instead, at the decisive turning point between life and death, it curls its body, alters its scent, and transforms panic into theater, constructing an illusion of collapse so convincing that survival itself becomes a kind of art. In an age that constantly demands resistance and escalation, the hognose snake's philosophy of strategic surrender feels almost counterintuitive, yet strangely wise. Let this gentle narration guide you into that quiet, arid wilderness, where survival is not shouted, but whispered through subtle gestures and patient endurance. If survival is a performance one is forced to attend, then the hognose snake is undoubtedly one of the most gifted actors in the entire wilderness. Nit's upturned snout is not merely an adaptation for digging through sand, but also a symbol of its uncanny ability to sense the faintest signals of survival in a world filled with danger. Entonite. We will not dwell on cold instinct or predator-prey mechanics. Instead, we will observe the absurd, almost tragicomic ritual of feigned death unfolding among dry leaves, and the creature's quiet longing for stillness beneath it all. Let this restrained narration, carried by the soft rustle of sand and leaf, wash away the dust of the day and leave you with a sheltered place within yourself. Script_sections. Section_title, Prologue. Content. When dry leaves are lifted and scattered by seasonal desert winds, there exists a seemingly clumsy creature that quietly mocks the hierarchy of strength in this unforgiving wilderness. And the hognose snake, with its upward curving snout and perpetually wronged expression, lives a life that resembles an endless dark comedy performed beneath the blazing sun. We are often told that in the natural order of the wild, the strong survive and the weak perish. Yet the hognose snake repeatedly overturns this belief through one of the most exaggerated forms of deception in nature, feigned death. Nit does not truly die. Instead, it performs death with such precision, flattening its body, opening its mouth, releasing musk, and surrendering motion entirely, that even the most efficient predators are repelled by the illusion. And this is not simple trickery. It is a survival philosophy encoded into muscle, instinct, and evolution itself, expressed through every subtle contraction of its body. Entonite, do not treat this as a documentary of reptilian behavior. Think of it instead as a story of how the hognose snake transforms every encounter with danger into a carefully staged exit, turning survival into repeated acts of controlled disappearance. Nit moves along the boundary between illusion and reality, and in its apparent surrender lies a deeper form of mastery over the harsh landscape it inhabits. Nas night settles and your breathing slows into the rhythm of this narration. Step with me into the quiet dunes, and witness the inner world of this unlikely performer. May this restrained irony and quiet warmth soften the weight of your day, and lead you toward a more ancient, more peaceful form of rest. Section_title, Chapter 1. Content. His name is Oliver. In this land of sand endlessly scorched by the sun, his upturned snout is the most distinctive symbol of his existence, a small signature left upon the desert itself. And Oliver's first act of final performance came during a blistering afternoon, when he encountered a red-tailed hawk circling above like a falling omen from the sky. In that moment, he felt a primal collapse of certainty, as though the sky itself had become a blade poised to strike. And yet he did not flee blindly. Instead, driven by instinct refined over countless generations, he slowly loosened his body, letting it fall into complete stillness before rolling onto his back and exposing his pale underside to the merciless sun. And this collapse was not simple fear. It was a deeply encoded survival calculation, shaped by evolutionary memory. He understood, without needing thought, that a convincing death would remove the predator's interest entirely. In that suspended silence, Oliver even mimicked the slackness of a lifeless body so precisely that he seemed to merge with the desert floor itself, indistinguishable from the dry branches scattered around him, and he could feel the hawk's gaze circling overhead, carried by violent winds, but he did not respond. In that moment, performance was not choice, it was destiny, and this precise imitation of death taught him that survival sometimes lies not in resistance, but in the controlled erasure of presence itself, and when the hawk finally drifted away, defeated by the illusion of loss, Oliver slowly turned his head toward the open sky. A strange calm settled within him, the quiet triumph of having rewritten his fate through deception. Title, Chapter 2. Content: If Oliver's first act of feigned death was instinctive, then over time it evolved into something closer to an art form practiced in silence across the desert, and he learned to adjust his performance depending on the type of threat, sometimes simply curling into stillness, other times adding subtle hissing or convulsive movements to enhance the illusion of desperate collapse, nonce. He encountered a desert venomous snake, a predator that did not respond to theatrics or deception. In that confrontation, illusion alone was no longer enough, survival became a raw negotiation with reality itself, and Oliver did not retreat. Instead, he dug into the sand using his modest strength, carving a hidden tunnel beneath the surface. With his upturned snout, he pushed through loose soil again and again, constructing a refuge shaped by persistence rather than spectacle, that struggle. He realized that even his performances were forms of negotiation with fate. He was not merely surviving, he was testing the limits of what nature would allow, Naviri act of feigned death. Every retreat, every moment of stillness became part of a larger dialogue with the desert's brutal logic, over time, he became an unpredictable wanderer of the sands, needing no validation from others of his kind. The stability he had stolen from death itself was enough to satisfy his deepest need for freedom, and he moved through the wilderness as if traversing a long, ironic stage play of existence, forever both actor and director, shaping the rhythm and ending of each scene. Title, Chapter 3. Content: Time, however, leaves its marks even on the most adaptable of performers. Oliver's once vivid scales grew weathered, carrying the faded texture of countless seasons, while his calculating eyes softened into something quieter, more reflective, this slow unfolding of years, he transformed from a creature defined by fear and performance into a quiet inhabitant of the land itself. He no longer needed elaborate displays of death to survive. Instead, he rested in the shadows of ancient shrubs, conserving energy, observing the world with patient stillness, and each breath became a measurement of the earth's ancient rhythm. In this reduced existence, he discovered a strange form of liberation, one that came not from escape, but from acceptance, and he watched generations of his kind fade into the shifting sands, without sorrow or resistance, only a vast, wordless understanding of the desert's continuity, none night. Under a sky painted deep red by the dying sun, Oliver felt an unfamiliar exhaustion. He chose a sheltered crevice among the rocks, curling into it as if returning to the origin of all things, and there, in the embrace of darkness and silence, he released every tension he had ever carried. The burden of performance dissolved, leaving only stillness, and he felt no regret, for his countless acts of deception had already become part of the wilderness itself, etched into the dunes like a legend without a name, and what remained was not fame or memory, but a faint imprint of an upturned snout in shifting sand, a subtle reminder to future lives that wisdom can sometimes resemble surrender. Title, Epilogue. Content: When the final glow of sunset sinks beneath the horizon, the dunes return once again to silence, and Oliver's life disperses into the desert like a single grain of sand absorbed into endless time. Telling the story of the hognose snake, we are not merely describing an animal, but exploring a philosophy of existence, how a being under constant pressure can still preserve a form of inner playfulness, even through illusion and retreat, when you feel lost in the noise of crowded days, when every pursuit begins to feel heavier than the ground beneath your feet. Remember Oliver, the creature that once mocked death itself with a performance of surrender, and he did not conquer the world, nor was he consumed by it. Instead, he moved between exits and returns, shaping himself into something steady, gentle, and difficult to define, and that kind of strength is quieter than resistance, yet often more enduring. It is like a seed buried deep in the wilderness, silently stabilizing the soil of the mind. Tonight, let this story become a moment of calm before sleep. Let the imagery of staged death and rediscovered stillness guide you toward a quieter inner landscape. May you, in your own way, learn to face the unknown with the same composure, and keep within yourself a place that remains untouched and steady. End sleep now. All pursuits have settled. All anxieties are dissolving into slow awakening. May your night be gentle, deep, and uninterrupted. As autumn deepens and golden fields surrender their harvest to the season, a quiet creature keeps watch in the forgotten corners where sunlight rarely lingers. The corn snake, draped in warm shades of russet and amber, moves silently between the remnants of the past and the fertile soil of new beginnings. Tonight, follow me into an old weathered barn and discover how this gentle wanderer transforms quiet movement into a lesson about patience, acceptance, and grace. May this story woven from red-brown scales and autumn shadows offer your heart a peaceful refuge amid the noise of the night. Some lives do not announce themselves with grandeur. They simply drift through the river of time, leaving subtle traces behind. The story of the corn snake is an exploration of how one can preserve an inner essence while the seasons endlessly change. Between stacks of hay and ancient wooden beams, it glides without conflict or competition, painting each passing moment with its warm and comforting colors. Allow the stillness hidden within this old barn to accompany this gentle narration and carry away the worries and exhaustion of your day. In an age obsessed with speed and constant pursuit, the corn snake has chosen a different rhythm. Moving quietly through the cracks of time, it resembles an autumn leaf turning crimson before returning to the earth, embodying a profound wisdom of reflection and renewal. Tonight, we will not speak of hunting instincts or survival alone. Instead, we will explore the quiet devotion with which it watches over its world. May this warm and restrained story become a soothing remedy before sleep, helping you rediscover your own natural rhythm and peace. Prologue. As autumn winds sweep across the countryside and paint the fields in shades of gold, countless creatures begin searching for shelter and security. Yet within the wooden skeleton of an aging barn, a pair of amber eyes remains open, quietly observing the slow cycles of the world. The corn snake, clothed in intricate patterns of red, brown and copper, has devoted its life to the art of waiting and wandering. Many people think of snakes as cold and emotionless beings. Yet beneath that calm exterior lies a remarkable sensitivity to the changing seasons and the subtle movements of the earth. Rather than gamble its future upon the dangers of the open wilderness, the corn snake chooses to weave its existence into forgotten corners abandoned by time and human hands. Within every crack between the hay, every weathered plank, and every pocket of warm soil, it listens carefully to the faint pulse of life surrounding it. This is not a tale of danger or aggression. It is the story of how a corn snake transforms the passing years into a quiet poem written in shades of amber and rust. Moving between light and shadow, it patiently shapes its character in silence. Its calm restraint possesses the power to remind anxious hearts that peace is often found not through action, but through acceptance. As the night settles and your breathing slows to match the rhythm of this story, join me in stepping deeper into the stillness of the barn. There we will discover the stars, the fields, and the wisdom hidden within the eyes of a silent guardian. Chapter 1. His name was Elias. Among generations of corn snakes that had inhabited these lands, he was merely one humble witness to the passage of time. Elias began his life beneath a pile of aging hay inside the barn. The first thing he ever saw was not the brilliance of the sun, but delicate beams of light filtering through cracks in the wooden walls. To him, the world appeared as a maze of shadows and golden fragments. His earliest lesson was learning how to become part of that shifting landscape, blending his red-brown scales into the patterns of light and darkness surrounding him. Unlike many creatures, Elias felt no urgency to explore distant horizons. Most days were spent among dry husks and scattered straw, listening to the tiny footsteps of rodents hidden beyond the walls. Those faint sounds became his first connection to the wider world. One winter remained forever etched in his memory. As frost crept across the barn windows and cold winds rattled the wooden beams, Elias retreated deep beneath the earth where traces of warmth still lingered. His stillness was not an act of surrender. It was a gathering of strength. Curled within the darkness, he listened to his own breathing and felt every scale respond to the pressure of the frozen season above. This was more than waiting for spring. It was a lesson in endurance. A lesson in allowing empty spaces to exist without fear. When the first warm breeze of spring finally slipped through the cracks in the barn, Elias emerged once again. His scales shimmered with renewed brilliance, glowing like polished amber. It seemed as though he had spent the entire winter collecting sunlight and storing it deep within his veins. Chapter 2. If Elias's growth was an art of movement, then every journey beyond the barn became an exploration of destiny itself. As flowers bloomed and grasses stretched toward the sun, he ventured farther into the surrounding fields. Moving through wild vegetation, he resembled a humble traveler rather than a hunter. Each inch of earth revealed a new sensation. Each breeze carried messages from distant places. One day he encountered a shadow circling overhead. A hawk. For the first time, Elias felt the immense vulnerability of life beneath the laws of nature. Yet he did not panic. He did not flee blindly. Instead, he merged with the landscape. His patterned scales aligned perfectly with the textures of the earth and dry grasses until he seemed to disappear entirely. Through this mastery of concealment, Elias became almost invisible. He learned that true survival often depends not on strength, but on stillness. Not on resistance, but on timing. Gradually, he discovered a deeper truth. Real power is not measured by the force of a response. It is measured by one's ability to leave the smallest possible trace upon the world and allow danger to pass harmlessly by. During these journeys, he formed a silent dialogue with the land itself. Through sensitive scales pressed against the earth, he sensed approaching rain, shifting temperatures, and subtle changes in the soil. He became so deeply connected to his surroundings that he seemed less like a visitor and more like an extension of the fields themselves. This harmony brought him a profound sense of freedom. He no longer worried about being seen. He no longer hurried to find prey. He simply moved, and in that movement discovered peace. Chapter 3. Time eventually left its mark upon Elias. The vibrant red-brown scales of his youth became softened by age, and the bright eyes that once gleamed in darkness grew calmer and wiser. No longer an explorer, he became a guardian of the land surrounding the barn. He hunted only when necessary and spent much of his time resting among ancient bundles of straw. His needs became fewer. His desires became simpler. Each breath and heartbeat seemed synchronized with the timeless rhythm of the earth itself. This slower pace brought a freedom unlike anything he had known before. Watching old companions disappear into the distance of memory, Elias felt neither sorrow nor regret. Instead, he carried a quiet compassion for the land that had nurtured him throughout his life. One autumn night, beneath a sky painted with deep shades of crimson and gold, Elias felt a weariness he had never known before. He found a dry and comfortable pile of straw and slowly coiled himself one final time. Within the embrace of darkness and silence, every muscle relaxed. Every burden dissolved. It was not an ending filled with fear. It was a return. A solemn reunion with the earth that had sheltered him since the beginning. He felt no regret. The peace he had protected for so many years had already become part of the soil, woven into the spirit of the barn itself. What Elias left behind was not a legacy of conquest or achievement. It was a quiet image, a warm red-brown shadow moving between light and darkness. A reminder of what true peace looks like. Epilogue. As the final glow of autumn disappeared beyond the horizon, the old barn returned to silence. The life of Elias settled gently into memory, like a grain of sand sinking into a sea of golden wheat. The story of the corn snake is ultimately a story about preserving one's inner essence through long seasons of waiting and uncertainty. It is a philosophy of remaining steady while the world continues to change. Whenever you feel lost within the noise of modern life, remember Elias. Remember the quiet traveler whose red-brown scales moved patiently through shadows and sunlight. He did not fight the world. Nor did he allow the world to define him. Through patience and restraint, he transformed himself into an unshakable center of calm. That kind of strength is more powerful than force. It resembles a single grain of wheat resting deep within a barn, quietly holding the promise of renewal. Tonight, allow the image of Elias to accompany you into sleep. May his gentle presence guide you toward a place of stillness hidden within your own heart. May you face life's unknown storms with the same quiet confidence and preserve the warm, steady core that belongs only to you. Rest now. Every pursuit has come to an end. Every worry can slowly dissolve into silence. May your dreams be gentle, your sleep be deep, and your night be filled with lasting peace. In this busy and noisy world, there exists a creature that has chosen perhaps the most restrained way of living. The ball python, a gentle being seemingly coiled by the hands of time itself, reveals the true meaning of composure through a body that is both soft and remarkably resilient. Tonight, come with me into a warm and humid rainforest hidden beneath layers of shadow and leaves. Together, we will seek the quiet light that shines within the heart of this silent hermit. May this story of patience, surrender, and stillness offer you a rare moment of peace after the demands of a long and exhausting day. Some forms of wisdom require no words. They live only in quiet breaths, patient observation, and the graceful language of a coiled body. The story of the ball python is not one of violence or ruthless hunting. Instead, it is a lesson in how to preserve a small sanctuary of calm amid a world of uncertainty and noise. In an age that constantly demands speed, ambition, and endless movement, perhaps we need to learn from the ball python, to withdraw when necessary, to settle our thoughts, and to return to our center. As this gentle narration unfolds, allow yourself to drift into the softness and restraint hidden deep within the forest, where weary thoughts slowly return to their natural stillness. Have you ever noticed that when danger approaches, the ball python curls itself into a perfect sphere? This is not fear. It is a profound philosophy of self-preservation, an art of discovering absolute security within the very heart of the storm. Tonight, let us read the story written within those coils and learn how to preserve a quiet center while the world around us continues to change. May this gentle tale become a cool breeze before sleep, helping you rediscover the peaceful refuge hidden within your soul. Prologue. While countless creatures of the rainforest compete endlessly for sunlight, territory, and water, one animal chooses a different path. Instead of stretching outward in pursuit of more, it folds inward, curling itself into an almost perfect sphere and abandoning every posture of aggression while the world sways around it. The ball python, often misunderstood by modern society as a cold and insignificant creature, is in truth engaged in one of nature's most profound practices, the art of refusal and dissolution. In a land filled with uncertainty and danger, it survives not through domination, but through restraint. We often imagine courage as a fist thrown outward. Yet for the ball python, courage is something entirely different. It is the strength to fold inward. It is the discipline to preserve an unshaken center even when confronted by forces beyond control. This is not merely a story about how a predator hunts. It is the story of how a ball python transforms survival itself into a gentle negotiation with existence over millions of years of evolution. Beneath layers of damp leaves, it rests quietly. Its eyes remain half closed, as though gazing into a world beyond the restless concerns of ordinary life. The calm it carries seems almost unreal, powerful enough to make even the most anxious observer feel a strange and profound sense of peace. Tonight, we will not focus on the brutality of survival. Instead, we will explore the philosophy hidden beneath those silent coils, a philosophy rooted in respect for life and devotion to inner order. As darkness settles over the forest and your breathing slowly synchronizes with this narration, step with me into a world covered by shadows, roots, and ancient trees. There we may glimpse the deeper logic hidden within a life devoted to stillness. Chapter 1. Along the edge of a rainforest in Senegal, where monsoon rains repeatedly washed the land clean, lived a ball python known as Augusta. His life was a testament to the forgotten value of moving slowly. He never sought intense or dramatic experiences. Most days unfolded within a very small corner of the forest. Sometimes his world consisted of a decaying log. At other times, a cluster of thick ferns became his entire universe. One memory remained especially vivid. On a golden afternoon, sunlight slipped through gaps in the canopy and painted the forest floor in warm amber colors. Augusta remained perfectly still while ants hurried past and beetles raced through the undergrowth. He appeared less like a snake and more like a patch of moss that had quietly become part of the earth itself. Over time, this devotion to stillness became instinct. Through stillness, Augusta gained a perception that seemed to transcend time. He could hear the delicate sound of raindrops touching leaves. He could sense tiny shifts in temperature across the ground. He noticed details invisible to creatures constantly rushing from place to place. Many describe snakes as cold-blooded predators. Yet Augusta was something closer to an observer. He watched the world move through endless cycles of motion and rest without becoming trapped by the anxiety that often accompanies survival. His complete mastery of his own rhythm created a deep harmony with the forest. He felt no urgency to chase after more, nor any fear of losing what he already possessed. Simply existing had become a state of fulfillment. This wisdom was not inherited. It was earned through mistakes, through moments of danger, through damaged scales and difficult lessons. Gradually, he learned that survival was not always about action. Often it was about knowing when not to act. Before storms arrived, he tightened his coils. He withdrew his awareness from unnecessary distractions and protected only what mattered most. In doing so, he discovered a remarkable strength hidden within restraint. Chapter 2. After surviving his first great dry season, Augusta began to radiate a different kind of power, the quiet strength of solitude. While younger pythons competed endlessly for shelter and exhausted themselves beneath the scorching sun, Augusta remained patient within the shade of a cool stone crevice, waiting for the perfect breeze. He understood that every disturbance in the forest eventually returned to silence. There was no need to participate in every struggle. Instead, he devoted himself to cultivating the calm that lived within him. Though still young, his eyes carried an almost meditative depth. Whenever he curled into his characteristic sphere, his body formed a pattern so elegant that it seemed like living geometry crafted by nature itself. He survived countless encounters with predators. Birds of prey descended from above. Larger animals wandered dangerously close. Yet time after time, he relied upon the same simple defense. By curling inward, he transformed vulnerability into protection. What appeared passive was actually a remarkable expression of intelligence. Gradually, Augusta realized that true strength does not always expand outward. Real power lies in possessing a strong inner core and choosing how to engage with the world from a place of stability and grace. Chapter 3. As years passed, time left its marks upon Augusta. The scales that once shone with youthful brilliance became softer and weathered. His eyes grew deeper, carrying the weight of countless seasons. No longer merely an observer, he became a silent guardian of the rainforest. He abandoned competition entirely and spent his days resting beside an ancient tree hollow that had witnessed generations come and go. His needs became simpler. Each breath and heartbeat seemed synchronized with the ancient rhythm of the earth itself. Through this slower way of living, he discovered a freedom that younger creatures could scarcely imagine. One storm-filled night, Augusta sensed the heaviness of age settling fully upon him. He found a soft and sheltered bed of leaves and slowly curled himself one final time. Within the embrace of darkness and silence, every muscle relaxed. Every burden gradually dissolved. What he experienced was not loss, but release, a solemn return to the earth that had sustained him throughout his life. There was no regret. The peace he had protected for so many years had already seeped into the soil, becoming part of the rainforest spirit. What Augusta left behind was not a monument or an achievement. It was something far more enduring, a memory of stillness, a shadow of peace, a reminder of what true security feels like. Epilogue. With Augusta's passing, the forest returned to a sacred silence. Only the leaves whispered softly in the wind, carrying fragments of the hermit's story. To speak of the ball python is to speak of an art of self-preservation amid chaos. It is a philosophy of remaining steady while the world shifts beneath our feet. When the pressures of life leave you feeling lost, imagine Augusta resting quietly within the rainforest. He did not fight the world, nor did he allow the world to reshape him. Through patience, focus, and gentle withdrawal, he became a calm and unshakable center. This kind of strength is often more powerful than resistance. It moves like a warm current beneath deep water, soothing restless hearts without making a sound. Tonight, let Augusta's story become a moment of peace before sleep. Let the image of those quiet coils form a shelter around your thoughts. May you, like Augusta, face the unknown with grace and preserve within yourself a place of perfect stillness. Rest now. Every pursuit has fallen quiet. Every worry can slowly dissolve within these gentle coils of peace. May your night be filled with deep comfort, lasting serenity, and beautiful dreams. Deep within the tropical rainforest, a streak of luminous green hangs motionless among the branches, as though painted into the forest by nature itself. And the white-lipped pit viper, a master of camouflage born from the emerald shadows, carries its signature pale lip line like a delicate boundary between life and death, beauty and danger. And tonight, follow me into that humid wilderness filled with mystery and hidden movement, where we will explore a life shaped equally by restraint and sudden power. And may this tranquil narration drift over you like a cool breeze after rainfall, carrying away the noise of the day and guiding you toward a place of stillness. If death were to wear a color, it might resemble the breathtaking fluorescent green of the white-lipped pit viper. It is never impatient, never reckless. Its entire life is an exercise in waiting for that singular moment when beauty and lethality align with perfect precision. And through its long and solitary meditation within the rainforest, the white-lipped pit viper teaches us the meaning of composure elevated to an art form and accuracy refined into instinct. And allow this story to flow through the quiet hours of the night, loosening your defenses and carrying you into a jungle where tension and serenity coexist, where the heart may rediscover calm amid suspense. Few creatures combine such intense danger with such fragile elegance as the white-lipped pit viper. Its existence is a living interpretation of a simple truth: stillness itself can become power. Behind those calm, watchful eyes lies a profound understanding of the rainforest's unwritten laws and an unwavering devotion to their execution. And tonight, we will not focus on its venom. Instead, we will speak of its presence, the long discipline of waiting and choosing, played out upon rain-soaked branches beneath the canopy. And let this whisper from the rainforest accompany you into sleep, where in absolute silence you may discover both the resilience of life and a beauty too subtle for words. Script_sections. Section_title, Prologue. Content: When mist begins to drift among the ancient trees after rainfall and the scent of wet earth settles across the Amazon, the forest seems to exhale. Yet among the countless shades of green, one luminous presence remains suspended in the shadows with unsettling grace. And the white-lipped pit viper, a creature seemingly painted by nature with its most vivid brush of emerald light, waits quietly among tangled vines and dripping leaves. There, hidden in plain sight, it fulfills a silent contract with survival. And many fear the pale line tracing its lips, seeing it as a warning etched by death itself. Yet to the viper, that distinctive mark is neither threat nor ornament. It is simply part of the discipline that allows it to endure within one of the world's most competitive ecosystems. And contrary to popular belief, it was not born for violence. Its life is devoted to patience, enduring stretches of profound stillness in pursuit of a single flawless moment. And people often define it through danger alone, forgetting that beneath its radiant green scales lies a remarkable lesson in restraint, self-control, and the ability to compress desire into absolute focus. And this is not merely a tale of predation. It is the story of how the white-lipped pit viper transforms every breath, every coil, and every sensation into part of a lifelong practice of precision. And tonight, let us set aside fear and instead observe this rainforest dancer, a creature that has elevated stillness into its highest art. As darkness settles beyond your window and your thoughts begin to slow, follow me into this realm of emerald shadows and ancient branches. And may this quiet encounter help you rediscover the strength to remain centered, even in the midst of chaos. Section_title, Chapter 1. Content: His name is Aching. Within this seemingly endless rainforest, he is only one leaf among millions, yet perhaps the most patient of them all. Aching still remembers the first time he truly sensed the harsh order governing the jungle. It was a humid afternoon, and he lay coiled upon a palm frond several meters above the ground, watching an unsuspecting beetle wander nearby. And he did not strike. And instead, something ancient within him whispered a lesson carried through countless generations: the true victor is rarely the fastest, but often the one most willing to endure solitude. And this extraordinary suppression of impulse became the foundation of his existence. He did not compete for fleeting patches of sunlight, nor did he join the frantic pursuits of lesser predators. With every breath, he diminished his presence until he became indistinguishable from the forest itself, and gradually, he came to understand his role. The destiny of the white-lipped pit viper was to become the rainforest's most refined illusionist, concealing brilliant green within deeper green and blending the pale line of his lips into the language of shadows, and by surrendering to the rhythms of the environment, he learned to survive even the most violent rainy seasons. He felt the trembling of flooded soil and heard the heavy sighs of roots drinking from endless storms, and he was doing more than surviving. Through almost obsessive stillness, he was engraving every shift in humidity, every change of wind, and every subtle movement of the forest into his memory, and over the years, Aching became less a creature and more a living coordinate within the ecosystem, a patient witness waiting silently upon the branches for the moment when restraint would finally become action. Title, Chapter 2. Content. As Aching matured, the discipline forged by the rainforest began to gather within him like tension in a drawn bow, Naviri scale seemed to contain stored energy. His once gentle eyes grew sharper with experience, reflecting a deeper understanding of the jungle's invisible currents, and the desire to survive did not fade with age. Instead, it deepened and matured. He no longer required the presence or approval of others, for the rainforest itself had become his companion, his teacher, and his language, and during one particularly severe dry season, he faced a challenge unlike any before. Food grew scarce, water became precious, and survival demanded more than patience, it demanded unwavering composure, and he watched small mammals emerge from hiding, driven by thirst and desperation. Their frantic search for relief revealed a truth he had long understood: panic often defeats life long before danger arrives, in that moment, Aching felt not superiority, but clarity. He realized that the essence of his existence was not feeding or hunting alone. It was maintaining his own rhythm while everything around him rushed toward uncertainty, and through countless trials, he learned to transform himself into a flash of emerald lightning concealed within stillness, ensuring that hesitation disappeared the instant action became necessary, and he was no hero. Yet within a rainforest increasingly shaped by urgency and competition, he became something equally remarkable, a guardian of patience, elegance, and lethal precision. Title, Chapter 3. Content. Time eventually left its mark upon Aching. The brilliant green that once gleamed like polished jade became softer, weathered by years of sunlight, storms, and friction against bark and vine, Knee's eyes, once sensitive to the slightest vibration, now carried a deeper tranquility. They no longer reacted to every disturbance but instead reflected a profound understanding of life's impermanence, and he no longer adjusted his position as frequently as he had in youth. Instead, he chose the shelter of thick branches near the heart of ancient trees, where wind rarely reached and moonlight filtered gently through the canopy, and there he discovered a peace beyond survival. Freed from the relentless demands of competition, he became part of the rainforest itself, a quiet signature left by nature upon the world, none mist-covered morning, Aching settled upon a familiar branch that had carried him through countless storms. He did not choose it to escape, but to complete the journey he had spent a lifetime walking, in that final stillness, his existence blended seamlessly with the textures of earth, bark, and leaf. The union was so complete it seemed as though he had never truly been separate from the forest at all, and the rainforest did not pause. Only tiny raindrops slipped softly from leaves, as though whispering farewell to a dancer whose performance had reached its final bow, and yet the sense of order he embodied, the discipline of maintaining one's boundaries amid turmoil, remained woven into the living fabric of the jungle, and though Aching vanished from sight, he became something larger than memory, a lasting symbol of emerald dignity that no storm could erase. Title, Epilogue. Content. When the final traces of sunlight disappear beyond the rainforest horizon and silence settles once more among the ancient trees, Aching's life sinks gently into the depths of time like a single drop of water returning to the earth, and to tell the story of the white-lipped pit viper is to explore the art of balancing restraint and precision within a restless world. It is a meditation on preserving one's unique identity amid endless change, and no matter what pace your own life moves at, no matter how much pressure or uncertainty surrounds you, remember Aching, the quiet dancer who maintained clarity and composure in every circumstance, and this kind of strength burns more steadily than fire. It shines like a vivid emerald principle, illuminating the darkness not through force, but through unwavering presence. /NAS The night grows deeper, allow these images of branches, humid air, and invisible boundaries to settle gently within your thoughts. /N Do not fear the speed of the future. As long as you preserve an inner rhythm that belongs solely to you, you possess the foundation needed to endure any challenge. /N May your dreams carry you beyond distant horizons into that tranquil rainforest realm, where you and a Qing may meet once more in silence. /N Sleep now. Every pursuit has come to rest. Every worry dissolves into stillness like ripples fading across calm water. /N May your night be gentle, peaceful, and filled with deep restorative dreams. Deep within the shadowed heart of the Amazon rainforest, where sunlight struggles to penetrate the dense, breathing canopy, there exists a form of life that has elevated embrace into the most refined survival strategy imaginable. /N The boa constrictor, adorned with intricate and almost mythical patterns across its ancient body, is a creature that commands silence wherever it goes. In its stillness lies a presence so profound that the entire forest seems to pause in recognition. /N Tonight, follow this narration and descend into that humid, vapor-soaked wilderness. We will explore how this silent sovereign of the rainforest constructs its kingdom not through chaos, but through patience, pressure, and absolute composure. /N May the calmness of this primordial forest wash over you like nightfall itself, gently carrying away the unrest and noise accumulated through the day. Is there a kind of life that can merge strength and restraint so seamlessly that it resembles breathing itself? /N The boa constrictor embodies the purest expression of patience, an existence that does not rush, does not demand, and does not chase. Instead, it waits. And when the decisive moment finally arrives, it writes its philosophy of survival in the subtle tightening of its crimson-tinted tail and the silent unfolding of its power. /N an age where everything competes to move faster, to claim more, to arrive first, the boa's almost eternal composure feels like a forgotten wisdom resurfacing from the depths of time. /N Dim the lights for a moment, and allow this mysterious stillness of the rainforest to flow slowly into your thoughts, loosening the grip of everything you no longer need to carry. While all other creatures rush through the fractures of the forest in a desperate pursuit of survival, there exists one that chooses instead to coil itself at the boundary of light and shadow, becoming the quiet arbiter of this living world. /N The boa constrictor, with its exquisitely complex scale patterns, is not merely disguised by nature, it is defined by its interpretation of survival itself. /N Tonight, we step into its realm to understand how one might preserve inner stability amid relentless chaos, learning from a being that turns stillness into a form of strength. /N Let this gentle narration from the depths of the jungle repair the fragments of focus scattered by the pace of modern life, and guide you back toward a more centered sense of self. Script_sections. Section_title, Prologue. Content. In the deepest reaches of the Amazon rainforest, where humidity lingers like an eternal breath and even sunlight struggles to reach the forest floor, there exists a creature that has perfected the art of silence. /N The boa constrictor, when it slowly coils its massive body among ancient branches draped in dense green, ceases to be merely an animal, it becomes a living shadow, an embodiment of law without words. /N Many struggle to understand why such a powerful apex predator relies on a strategy that appears almost passive, almost detached from emotion, enduring long periods of still, patient waiting without hesitation. Yet beneath this seemingly paradoxical behavior lies a vast philosophy, one built upon restraint, timing, and the absolute precision of energy expenditure. N This is not a tale of violent carnage or uncontrolled instinct. It is a story of how the boa constrictor, within the ever-shifting ecological tapestry of the rainforest, transforms patience into a form of sovereignty. It does not merely survive, it integrates itself into the rhythm of the forest itself, absorbing humidity, shadow, and movement into its very being. N Tonight, we will not analyze mechanics or biology in a clinical sense. Instead, we will observe how this creature turns waiting into ritual, and stillness into a quiet declaration of power. /Nas The outside world grows silent and your breath begins to slow. Follow me into this world of green darkness, where the red-threaded sovereign of the forest reveals a philosophy of presence without noise. N May this moment bring you a rare sense of order and peace amid the turbulence of thought. Section_title, Chapter 1. Content. His name is Ika. In this vast, endless rainforest, he is but one thread woven into an ancient and intricate pattern of life. \n for IKA, the most important moment of each day is not the pursuit of prey or the assertion of dominance, but the search for the perfect resting point high within the canopy, where fractured sunlight filters through leaves and predators pass without notice. \n This devotion to position is not random. It is a silent contract with the forest itself. Between thick leaves and towering trunks, he feels the rainforest's pulse, a slow, humid rhythm that resembles the heartbeat of the earth. \n He remembers a rare season when the rains became overwhelming, and the entire forest seemed to groan under the weight of water. Smaller creatures panicked, scattering into mud and chaos, while IKA remained motionless, pressed tightly against a cold branch. \n He did not resist the storm. Instead, he surrendered his awareness into stillness, allowing rain to wash over his patterned skin as if he had become part of the wood itself. \n Those moments, he was not simply resting on a branch, he was participating in a deeper symbiosis with the rainforest, feeling its ancient continuity flowing through him. \n Over time, restraint became his foundation. He did not compete, he did not cry out, he simply reduced his presence to the minimum required for existence. \n Slowly, he realized that those who fought blindly against the forest's logic were often the first to disappear. Only those who understood stillness could truly perceive its laws. \n Through years of quiet endurance, IKA became something between shadow and substance, a living imprint of the forest's slow breath, observing its cycles without resistance. Title, Chapter 2. Content. As Ika's vigilance deepened, a force often described as sovereign solitude began to crystallize within him, an immense stillness that carried both weight and clarity. \n Tiny wandering insects sometimes mistook his patterned body for temporary shelter, and spores drifting through the air settled lightly across his scales and eyes. Yet he remained unmoved, immersed in a state that resembled deep meditation. \n With each passing season, this internal tension transformed rather than faded. IKA no longer sought acknowledgement from any other creature, for the forest itself had become his language, his companion, and his mirror. \n During one long dry season, he experienced a profound exhaustion, not of pain, but of return. A sinking into the essence of existence itself, stripped of urgency and desire. \n He watched monkeys race through branches, fighting over scattered fruit, driven by instinctive competition. And for a brief moment, something like compassion emerged within him, not judgment, but distance. \n He understood that the destiny of the boa constrictor was not to participate in chaos, but to become a fixed coordinate within it, a silent reminder that stillness itself can be the highest form of strength. \n Through this realization, IKA learned to transform every fluctuation of the forest into part of his own flowing presence, allowing anxiety to dissolve into his slow, deliberate rhythm. \n He never became a hero in the traditional sense, but within this accelerating jungle, he became something rarer, a guardian of slowness, and a living anchor of balance. Title, Chapter 3. Content. Time inevitably left its marks upon IKA. The once vivid precision of his patterns softened with age, and his gaze, once sharp and responsive to every shift in light, became veiled in a quiet haze of distance. \n He no longer adjusted his coils with the frequency of youth. Instead, he chose the deepest core of the largest tree, a place where wind barely reached and light arrived only in fragments, to rest and conserve what little energy remained. In this state, he found an unexpected liberation. He was no longer bound by the logic of survival competition, nor by the endless demands of adaptation. He had become part of the forest itself, an unspoken presence embedded in its structure. None mist-filled morning, IKA settled into a familiar hollow at the edge of an ancient trunk, not as escape, but as completion. His long existence folded gently into itself, like a story returning to its first line. \n There was no struggle, no resistance, only a quiet merging with the surrounding world. The rainforest did not react dramatically. It simply continued breathing, as it always had. Yet something subtle remained, a sense of order, a frequency of calm that lingered in the spaces he once occupied. And though IKA had faded from visible presence, he had not disappeared. He had been absorbed into the forest's rhythm, becoming an invisible constant within its living equilibrium. Title, Epilogue. Content. when the last traces of twilight dissolve above the rainforest canopy, the world returns once again to its ancient silence, and Ika's life settles into the deep continuity of nature itself. And to speak of the boa constrictor is to speak of a way of existing that refuses urgency, refuses fragmentation, and refuses to be reshaped by chaos. And no matter where you find yourself, in noise, in pressure, in uncertainty, remember the quiet posture of Ika, the sovereign of stillness who held his ground not through force, but through unwavering presence. And this kind of strength is not loud. It is not aggressive. Yet it persists longer than fire, deeper than motion, and more steadily than fear. And let this story settle within you as night deepens, softening the edges of thought. And as sleep approaches, imagine yourself stepping into that humid green world, where time moves slowly and all things return to rhythm. And rest now. The world has quieted. All tensions dissolve into the slow pulse of the forest. May your night be calm, grounded, and deeply restorative. Deep within a rainforest washed endlessly by warm tropical rains, there exists a creature that has transformed itself into a living sculpture of flowing emerald. The green tree python, an elegant recluse resting high among the forest canopy, demonstrates through its extraordinary stillness what it truly means to remain composed while keeping a respectful distance from the chaos of the world. Tonight, join me as we descend into the cool shadows beneath the rainforest leaves and explore this serpent's long journey of patience, silence, and surrender. May the tranquility carried from the heart of the tropics gently brush away the dust gathered upon your thoughts and offer you a sense of peace before sleep. Is there a way of living that resembles the growth of a tree, yet possesses a sensitivity far beyond any rooted plant? The life of the green tree python is perhaps one of nature's greatest lessons in patience. Without hurry or ambition, it blends its perfect curves into the folds of branches and leaves, becoming almost indistinguishable from the forest itself. In an era where everyone seems desperate to prove their worth, the python's quiet and unassuming presence may reflect the calm that so many of us secretly long for. Dim the lights, settle into stillness, and allow the restraint and quiet dignity of the rainforest to slowly enter your dreams, helping you set aside every mask you have worn throughout the day. While countless creatures race endlessly through the forest in search of survival, opportunity, and advantage, one being chooses instead to suspend its life among the branches and become a silent guardian of stillness. The green tree python's brilliant emerald color serves as more than camouflage. It is a reflection of its devotion to order, balance, and timeless principles. Tonight, we will step into its world and discover how it maintains an almost eternal sense of stability amid constant change. May this gentle story from nature help mend the fragments of focus worn away by life's endless demands and guide you back toward the quiet center of your own heart. Prologue. Within a rainforest so vast and humid that it seems to stretch endlessly beyond sight, there emerged a creature that mastered the art of disappearing. When the green tree python carefully drapes its emerald body across a weathered branch several meters above the forest floor, it ceases to look like a snake at all. Instead, it becomes a masterpiece sculpted by the rainforest itself. Many people find it difficult to understand why such a capable predator would choose a lifestyle defined by near-complete stillness. Even when prey moves within striking distance, it often remains motionless, conserving every ounce of energy. Yet hidden behind this seemingly impossible strategy lies a profound lesson about time, patience, and waiting. This is not a tale of violence or conquest. It is the story of how the green tree python transformed restraint into dignity and survival into a lifelong meditation. Through months and years of quiet observation, it allows the rhythms of the rainforest to become part of its very being. The shifting light, the changing humidity, the movement of the wind through distant leaves, all become woven into its awareness. Tonight, we will not discuss biological efficiency or ecological theory. Instead, we will explore the sacred ritual of stillness practiced by this remarkable serpent. As the world outside your window grows quieter and your breathing becomes slower, follow me into this emerald kingdom and discover the silent philosophy hidden among the branches. Chapter 1. His name was Silas. Among countless green shadows stretching across the rainforest canopy, he was only one small emerald thread woven into the vast tapestry of life. For Silas, the most important task each day was not hunting. It was finding the perfect branch, a place where gentle rain could nourish him while harsh sunlight remained filtered through layers of leaves. This devotion to hanging among the branches became a silent agreement between himself and the forest. Within tangled vines and ancient limbs, he felt the slow pulse of the rainforest. It was a rhythm older than memory, deep and steady like the heartbeat of the earth itself. He remembered a particularly violent rainy season. Winds roared through the canopy, branches groaned, and frightened birds fled downward toward the forest floor. Yet Silas remained where he was. He tightened every muscle around the branch beneath him, closed his eyes, and surrendered himself to the storm. As rain battered his scales, he felt something extraordinary, not fear, but connection. He was no longer merely resting upon a branch. He had become part of the forest's resilience. His caution became the foundation of his survival. He did not compete. He did not panic. With every breath, he allowed his presence to become smaller and quieter. Gradually, Silas realized that creatures consumed by greed and fear often became victims of the jungle's harsh laws. Only those who remained aware could truly understand the deeper patterns governing life. Over time, he became like a living emerald, a jewel capable of breathing, sensing, and appreciating the rich tropical air while silently observing the endless cycle of existence. Chapter 2. As the years passed, Silas grew increasingly silent. A unique power began to gather within him, a force that could only be described as tropical solitude. Tiny migrating insects occasionally landed upon his scales. Dust-like particles drifted through the air and settled around his eyes. Yet he remained undisturbed, immersed in a state so peaceful it resembled meditation. The rainforest itself became his language. The overlapping shadows of leaves, the distant calls of unseen animals, and the steady rhythm of changing seasons replaced any need for companionship. During one particularly long dry season, Silas experienced a profound weariness. It was not suffering. Instead, it felt like a gradual return to something ancient and essential. He watched troops of monkeys racing through the canopy, fighting over fruit and territory. Their endless struggles stirred within him not envy, but compassion. He began to understand that the purpose of a green tree python's life was not simply to grow larger or survive longer. Its true purpose was to become a pause within a noisy world. A reminder that stopping may sometimes be more powerful than moving. Through this realization, Silas learned to transform himself into a flowing emerald shadow among the branches, allowing anxiety and urgency to dissolve into the timeless slowness of the forest. He never became a hero. Yet he became something perhaps even more valuable, a guardian of dignity in a world increasingly consumed by speed. Chapter 3. Time eventually left its marks upon Silas. The brilliant velvet green scales of his youth grew darker and more subdued. His eyes, once sharp as polished obsidian, now carried a gentle haze that softened the distant patterns of light moving through the canopy. He no longer shifted positions as often as he had when young. Instead, he chose a place deep within the branches, close to the heartwood and sheltered from the strongest winds. There he spent his remaining days quietly absorbing the final traces of moonlight filtering through the leaves. For the first time, he was completely free. No competition. No urgency. No obligation to prove himself. He had become part of the rainforest itself, a living expression of nature's most peaceful truth. One misty morning, wrapped in drifting rain and silence, Silas settled into sleep at the edge of a branch where he had spent countless evenings watching the forest breathe. He did not choose this place to escape the cold. He chose it because it felt like the perfect ending to a very long dream. In that final moment, his life aligned completely with the rhythms of the earth. The rainforest did not tremble. The forest did not mourn. Only tiny droplets of rain swayed gently between the leaves, as though whispering a farewell to their emerald guardian. Though Silas disappeared, the peace he cultivated remained behind. His ability to preserve his boundaries within a turbulent world became part of the forest itself. He was gone. And yet he was everywhere. Present in every quiet branch, every drifting shadow, and every moment of stillness beneath the stars. Epilogue. As the final rays of sunlight faded beyond the edge of the rainforest, the jungle returned once again to its eternal silence. Silas's life settled into memory like a single drop of dew sinking quietly into the forest floor. In truth, the story of the green tree python is not merely about a snake. It is about learning how to create space for calm within a restless world. It is about protecting the right to move at your own pace and refusing to let yourself be defined by the speed of others. Whatever pressures surround you tonight, remember Silas. Remember the way he held tightly to his branch and maintained his own rhythm regardless of the storms around him. That kind of strength is more enduring than fire. Like an emerald suspended among the trees, it shines quietly without demanding attention. As the night grows deeper, allow these images of leaves, rain-soaked branches, forest air, and gentle restraint to settle softly within your heart. Do not fear the unknown future. As long as you remain connected to your own inner rhythm, you possess the strength to move through any challenge. May your dreams carry you beyond distant horizons and into that peaceful rainforest realm where Silas still waits among the emerald shadows. Sleep now. Every pursuit has come to rest. Every worry can dissolve into stillness. May your night be gentle, your mind be calm, and your dreams be filled with enduring peace. Deep within a forest still drenched after rain, where moisture rises like breath and every leaf glows with renewed life, there exists a creature that has turned itself into a leaf, an eternally silent leaf suspended in time. And the green vine snake, an emerald-colored phantom of the canopy, moves through the most luxuriant seasons of the forest like a living fragment of vegetation. Its body, almost translucent green, blends seamlessly into the world of stems and vines, establishing an unspoken equilibrium with everything around it. And tonight, follow me into that rain-soaked wilderness. Let us step gently into the dew-laden greenery and observe its restrained, gentle rhythm of existence. And may this narrative of withdrawal, observation, and profound stillness bring a cooling calm to your spirit amid the noise of the night. There are creatures that choose sharpness and confrontation as their language with the world, but the green vine snake chooses another path entirely, one of dissolution into green, of becoming indistinguishable from the plants themselves. It rejects violence in all its forms. Instead, it carries a pair of clear, almost glass-like eyes that seem to understand the forest not as a battlefield, but as a quiet, ancient system of balance. In an age defined by competition and acceleration, its almost weightless composure and retreating wisdom feel like a forgotten sanctuary buried deep within our collective longing. And let this restrained narration, accompanied by the fragrance of rain-washed leaves, gently cleanse the dust of your day and guide you toward an inner green refuge. If life is an unavoidable journey, then the green vine snake is perhaps the most graceful traveler within this vast forest. Its emerald body is not merely camouflage, it is an expression of its deepest desire for stillness and harmony with the living world. And tonight, we will not speak of predation or violence. Instead, we will linger in the quiet drama unfolding among vines and branches, and explore its intimate bond with the damp earth after rainfall. And let this soft narration, flowing like nighttime mist, carry away your anxieties and guide you toward a tranquil and restorative sleep. Script_sections. Section_title, Prologue. Content: When the first mist rises after rain and the forest begins to shimmer with suspended droplets, light itself seems to tremble upon every leaf. In such a world, there exists a being that erases itself with perfect subtlety. And the green vine snake, known as Faye in this narrative, is a creature whose entire existence resembles an ongoing experiment in disappearance. Cloaked in emerald hues and possessing a gentle, almost jade-like temperament, it has transformed silence into its defining form of art. NWE often associate snakes with danger, constriction, or cold predatory instinct, yet this species stands apart as a complete contradiction, an embodiment of softness that dissolves fear rather than intensifies it. It does not truly vanish. Instead, it performs the role of a leaf with such precision that even the most perceptive predators lose interest, as if the boundary between creature and vegetation has been erased entirely. And this is not mere camouflage, it is survival refined into color, texture, and stillness. A biological philosophy written not in movement, but in restraint. And tonight, do not treat this as a biological record. It is instead a story of how the green vine snake transforms every moment of stillness into resonance with the earth itself. It moves between reality and illusion with a fragility that is, paradoxically, its greatest strength. Your breath slows and the night deepens. Follow me into this damp forest realm, where Faye, the child of green, reveals a philosophy of quiet existence beneath the canopy. /N Let this restrained tenderness settle over you like mist, softening the turbulence of your day, and guiding you toward a deeper rest. Title, Chapter 1. Content: His name is Faye. In this forest, painted anew by every shifting season, his emerald body is the most precise language he possesses to communicate with the world. /N Faye's first act of concealment occurred at the break of an early summer dawn, when a curious songbird descended too close, its presence slicing through the fragile silence of morning. /N That moment, Faye did not flee. There was no panic, no rush. Instead, he instinctively extended his slender body along a narrow branch, aligning every curve of his form with the surrounding foliage until his color dissolved into the living green. /N This stillness was not fear. It was an evolutionary decision refined across countless generations, a calculation that survival is sometimes achieved not through escape, but through perfect erasure. /N He even imitated the subtle tremor of leaves stirred by morning wind, transforming himself into a convincing fragment of the forest's own breathing rhythm. /N The bird hopped nearby, unaware of the presence so carefully disguised beside it. Morning mist drifted through the canopy, brushing against his scales, yet Faye remained completely motionless, understanding instinctively that this silence was not an interruption of life, but its continuation. /N When the bird eventually departed, frustrated by the absence of prey or disturbance, Faye slowly turned his gaze toward the dew-covered world. /N That quiet return to awareness. He experienced a faint sense of release, the realization that concealment was not defeat, but the purest form of alignment with the forest's logic. Title, Chapter 2. Content: If Faye's first concealment was instinctive, then over time it matured into something closer to an art form, an adaptive choreography performed across changing light, humidity, and shadow. /N He learned to read the forest's palette, adjusting his stillness to match the surrounding greens, browns, and shifting tones of decay and renewal. Sometimes he coiled tightly into the shadows, at other times, he stretched himself delicately along vines, becoming indistinguishable from the forest's own structure. /N There was a moment when he encountered a wildfire creeping through the forest edges. Heat surged through the air like an invisible blade, consuming everything in its path. In that confrontation, even silence felt fragile. /N Faye did not attempt to fight. Instead, he sought refuge in the dampest reaches of the canopy, pressing himself against moisture-laden branches, using every trace of humidity as a shield against destruction. /N That experience, he realized that every act of concealment was also a negotiation with the boundaries of existence itself. He was not merely surviving, he was testing how far life could retreat before it ceased to be visible yet remained intact. /N Over time, he became less of a participant in the forest's struggles and more of an observer of its unfolding logic. He no longer needed recognition from others of his kind, for the forest itself had become his only audience. /N He moved through this living world like a quiet director of a vast, ongoing performance, one in which stillness was not absence, but the deepest form of presence. Title, Chapter 3. Content: Time, inevitably, left its subtle marks upon Faye. His once bright emerald tones softened with age, carrying a deeper, more muted resonance, while his eyes, once sharp with youthful curiosity, became layered with calm reflection. /N He no longer adjusted his position frequently. Instead, he chose a stable resting place within the oldest branches, where light arrived only in fragments and wind barely disturbed the silence. /N This reduced rhythm of existence, he discovered a profound liberation. He was no longer bound by the urgency of concealment or the tension of survival. He had become part of the forest structure itself, a quiet note within its endless composition. /N He watched generations of life move rapidly beneath him, insects scattering, birds calling, storms passing. Yet none of it disturbed his inner stillness. Instead, he felt an expanding compassion, not sorrow, but understanding of the forest's continuous motion. /N Night, under a sky washed in post-rain silver, Faye felt a rare exhaustion that carried no pain, only completion. He settled into a moist branch, the softest he could find, and allowed his body to relax fully for what felt like the final time. /N There was no struggle. Only surrender to continuity. The forest did not mourn or react, it simply continued breathing. /N Yet something remained, an invisible trace of order, a quiet rhythm embedded in the spaces he once occupied, as if the forest itself remembered his stillness. And though Faye faded from sight, he did not disappear. He became a permanent part of the forest's memory, an unseen constant within its living equilibrium. Title, Epilogue. Content. When the final light of dusk dissolves into the horizon and the forest returns once again to its ancient silence, Faye's existence merges into the continuity of the land like a droplet absorbed into endless green. And to speak of the green vine snake is to speak of a philosophy that resists acceleration, fragmentation, and forceful definition. Neen moments when your world feels crowded, restless, or uncertain, remember Faye, the quiet figure who once became a leaf to remain whole within. Chaos. And he did not oppose the world, nor did he surrender to it. Instead, he moved through cycles of concealment and emergence until he became something unnameable yet enduring. And this form of strength is subtle, but it persists longer than resistance and cuts deeper than force. It is like a seed resting beneath damp soil, quietly sustaining the possibility of calm. And tonight, let this story rest within you like a soft green light. Let the imagery of concealment, rain, and renewal guide you toward a more peaceful inner landscape. And may you, in your dreams, move with the same quiet assurance through unknown paths, holding within yourself a space that remains untouched by turmoil. And sleep now. All seeking has settled. All tension dissolves into the slow breath of the forest. May your night be gentle, deep, and restorative. In the heart of a northern forest buried beneath deep snow, where winter seems to linger forever and silence hangs between the trees like a veil, there lives a tiny creature that appears almost too gentle for such a harsh world. The silver-throated Bushtid is no larger than a snowball resting on a branch. Its feathers are soft and pale, blending seamlessly into the winter landscape. To many, it is simply a small bird. But to those who take the time to truly watch, it is something more. It is a reminder that warmth does not always come from strength, and that survival is not always a story of conquest. Tonight, as darkness settles beyond your window and the world begins to slow, imagine yourself stepping into this frozen woodland. Snowflakes drift quietly through the air. Frost sparkles on every branch. The forest breathes in slow, steady rhythms beneath the cold sky. Somewhere among the trees lives a small bird named Pip. Pip was not the strongest member of his flock, nor the fastest. He possessed no sharp talons, no powerful beak, and no impressive size to protect him from danger. Yet what he lacked in strength, he made up for with something far more valuable. He understood the importance of togetherness. Each winter morning, before the first rays of sunlight touched the snowy canopy, Pip would awaken among his companions. Their tiny bodies pressed closely together through the night, forming a living circle of warmth against the freezing air. For Pip, survival was never a solitary journey. While larger creatures depended on power, Bushtits depended on trust. He learned early in life that the cold was relentless. Snowstorms could arrive without warning. Food could disappear beneath thick blankets of ice. Temperatures could plunge so low that even the strongest animals struggled to endure. But there was one thing the winter could never freeze. Connection. On one particularly brutal night, the forest was struck by a blizzard unlike any Pip had ever experienced. Wind roared through the trees. Ice coated every branch. The temperature dropped with frightening speed. All around him, the world seemed determined to erase every sign of life. Pip and his companions gathered tightly together on a sheltered branch. Their feathers puffed outward, creating tiny pockets of warmth. One by one, they leaned against each other until they formed a single trembling cluster of white and silver. Outside, the storm raged. Inside their circle, there was peace. As Pip listened to the howl of the wind beyond the branches, he realized something important. The world often teaches creatures to compete. The forest was teaching him to belong. Years passed beneath endless winters and brief, shining summers. Pip grew older, and his understanding of life deepened with every season. He watched the migration of birds across distant skies. He saw foxes leave delicate footprints across fresh snow. He listened to rivers awaken beneath melting ice each spring. Yet no matter how much the forest changed, one truth remained constant. Nothing survived alone. The towering pines relied upon hidden roots connected beneath the soil. The streams relied upon snowmelt from distant mountains. Even the smallest creatures depended upon one another in ways they rarely understood. Pip began to see himself as part of something much larger than his own existence. He no longer measured life by achievement or possession. Instead, he measured it by moments. The warmth of companions during a storm. The first sunrise after a long winter night. The sound of snow settling softly onto branches. The brief sparkle of frost beneath moonlight. Many creatures spent their lives chasing certainty. Pip learned to appreciate mystery. Many spent their days racing toward the future. Pip learned to cherish the present. As the seasons continued their endless cycle, he became a quiet observer of the forest's hidden wisdom. There were days when food was scarce and challenges seemed overwhelming. During those moments, Pip noticed that panic only made survival harder. The creatures who exhausted themselves with fear often missed the opportunities directly in front of them. Patience, however, revealed possibilities. Stillness revealed solutions. Kindness revealed strength. This understanding transformed him. He became a source of calm for younger birds. During storms, they gathered near him. During uncertain migrations, they followed his example. Not because he commanded them, but because his quiet confidence offered reassurance. He never sought leadership. Yet wisdom has a way of attracting others. Eventually, the years began to leave their mark. Pip's feathers lost some of their youthful brightness. His flights became shorter. His movements grew slower and more deliberate. But age brought gifts of its own. He no longer felt compelled to rush. He no longer worried about proving himself. Instead, he spent long hours perched high among the trees, watching the forest breathe beneath him. From those heights, he observed the seasons unfolding like chapters in a familiar story. Snow gave way to rain. Rain gave way to blossoms. Blossoms gave way to falling leaves. And once again, winter returned. Each cycle seemed to whisper the same lesson. Nothing lasts forever. And because nothing lasts forever, every moment matters. One winter morning, after a night of gentle snowfall, Pip perched upon an old branch overlooking the forest. The world below was untouched and silent. Every tree wore a coat of white. Every shadow seemed softer. The rising sun painted the snow with gold and silver light. Pip sat quietly, surrounded by a beauty so vast that words could never fully contain it. For a long time, he simply watched. He listened to the distant creak of frozen branches. He felt the cool air moving through his feathers. He watched snowflakes drift lazily through the morning light. In that moment, there was nowhere else he needed to be. Nothing else he needed to become. The forest had given him everything he needed to understand. Life was not a race. It was a relationship. A relationship with time. With nature. With others. With oneself. The years continued their gentle passage, and eventually Pip became part of the forest's memory. The snow continued to fall. The winds continued to wander through the trees. New generations of Bústits filled the branches with movement and song. Yet something of Pip remained. Not as a voice. Not as a story carved into stone. But as a feeling. A quiet warmth hidden within the cold. A reminder that gentleness is not weakness. That kindness can endure even the harshest winters. That togetherness can create light in the darkest seasons. As night settles around you now, perhaps you can carry that lesson with you. The modern world often rewards speed, urgency, and constant motion. But the tiny silver-throated Bústit offers another path. A slower path. A softer path. A path where strength is measured not by how much you conquer, but by how much warmth you share. So allow your thoughts to settle like snow upon a quiet branch. Let your worries drift away with the winter wind. And as sleep slowly approaches, imagine yourself standing in that silent forest beneath a sky filled with stars. Somewhere among the snow-covered trees, a tiny bird rests peacefully beside its companions. The forest is quiet. The storm has passed. And for this moment, everything is exactly as it should be. In the vast and desolate heart of the Gobi Desert, where endless dunes stretch beneath a sky crowded with stars, there lives a creature so delicate that it seems less like an animal and more like a fragment of moonlight that has fallen into the sand. The long-eared jerboa is one of the desert's most remarkable inhabitants. With ears that seem impossibly large for its tiny body and eyes dark enough to reflect the entire night sky, it moves through the wilderness like a whispered secret. While most creatures battle the desert through strength, speed, or aggression, the jerboa survives through awareness. Its greatest gift is not power. It is sensitivity. Tonight, as the world outside gradually grows quiet, imagine yourself stepping into this forgotten landscape. The air is cool. The sand holds the memory of the day's heat. Above, countless stars burn silently against the darkness. Somewhere among the rolling dunes, a small figure waits, listening. His name is Silas. Among his kind, Silas was known not for being the fastest or the strongest, but for being the most attentive. Every sound mattered to him. Every shift in the wind carried meaning. Every vibration beneath the sand told a story. For Silas, survival was not about chasing opportunities. It was about understanding the world before the world revealed itself. Each evening, as the desert awakened from the day's scorching heat, Silas would emerge from his burrow. While other animals rushed to search for food, he often paused for several moments, completely still. His large ears tilted toward the darkness, collecting information invisible to everyone else. The desert was never truly silent. Beneath the apparent stillness were countless hidden movements. A beetle crawling beneath the sand. A distant owl gliding through the darkness. A fox stepping lightly across a nearby ridge. To most creatures, these sounds were nothing. To Silas, they were an entire language. Over time, he learned that the desert rewarded patience far more than haste. One night, a fierce sandstorm swept across the Gobi without warning. The horizon vanished behind towering walls of dust. Winds screamed through the valleys between the dunes. Countless animals fled underground in panic. Silas felt the storm approaching long before it arrived. He found shelter beside a weathered rock and pressed himself against the earth. Instead of fighting the storm, he allowed it to pass around him. He listened to the roar of the wind and felt the ancient rhythm of the desert beneath him. In those moments, he realized something that would shape the rest of his life. The strongest creatures often spent their lives resisting the world. The wisest creatures learned when to become part of it. Years passed beneath endless cycles of stars and seasons. Silas grew older, and with age came a deeper understanding of solitude. The desert was a place of vast distances. Encounters with others were brief. Friendships often lasted only a night before the winds carried travelers elsewhere. Yet he never felt abandoned. The dunes became his companions. The moon became his guide. Even the shifting shadows cast by distant cliffs felt familiar. On many nights, he would sit atop a high ridge and watch the stars move slowly across the heavens. There, surrounded by an ocean of darkness, he felt connected to something larger than himself. He began to notice how much energy other creatures spent struggling. Some fought endlessly over territory. Others chased every opportunity that appeared before them. Many lived in constant fear of losing what they possessed. Silas watched them with quiet compassion. He understood that fear and desire often pushed living beings into exhausting battles that never truly ended. The desert had taught him another way. Instead of trying to control everything, he focused on understanding what was already present. Instead of racing toward every possibility, he learned to appreciate the moment directly in front of him. Instead of resisting uncertainty, he accepted it as part of life itself. This did not make him weak. It made him resilient. Because when conditions changed, he adapted. When food became scarce, he remained patient. When storms arrived, he remained calm. When darkness deepened, he trusted his senses. The years left their marks upon him. His once soft fur became rougher. His leaps grew shorter. His movements became more deliberate. Yet something else grew stronger. His peace. As younger animals rushed through the desert chasing survival, Silas spent more time simply observing. He watched moonlight paint silver patterns across the dunes. He watched tiny insects leave delicate trails upon untouched sand. He watched distant storms flicker along the horizon without ever reaching him. The older he became, the more clearly he saw that life was not merely a race toward some distant destination. Life was also the ability to notice. To notice beauty. To notice stillness. To notice the fragile miracle of being alive at all. One cold morning, after a night filled with brilliant stars, Silas climbed a familiar dune overlooking the endless desert. It was a place he had visited countless times throughout his life. From there, he could see the landscape stretching beyond imagination. Waves of golden sand merged with the horizon. The sky glowed softly with the first hints of dawn. The wind moved gently across the ridge. Silas settled into the sand and listened. The desert spoke in the same quiet voice it always had. A whisper of moving grains. A distant call carried by the breeze. The slow heartbeat of a world that had existed long before him and would continue long after. For the first time, he felt no need to move. No need to search. No need to prove anything. He simply existed. And in that existence, there was completeness. The desert did not pause to mourn. The stars did not dim. The wind continued its endless journey across the dunes. Yet something remained. The stillness he had cultivated. The patience he had practiced. The gentle awareness he had carried throughout his life. These things became part of the landscape itself. Even now, if you stand beneath a desert sky and allow yourself to become truly quiet, you may sense it. Not a voice. Not a memory. But a feeling. A reminder that there is another way to live. A way that does not require constant urgency. A way that does not demand endless striving. A way that honors sensitivity instead of hiding it. The story of Silas is not merely the story of a long-eared jerboa. It is the story of anyone who has ever felt overwhelmed by the speed of the modern world. Anyone who has ever wished for a moment of stillness. Anyone who has ever searched for peace beneath the noise. As the night deepens and the world grows quieter around you, remember the tiny creature beneath the desert stars. Remember how he listened more than he spoke. How he observed more than he chased. How he found strength not in force, but in awareness. And perhaps, for just a little while, you can follow his example. Let your thoughts settle like sand after a passing wind. Let your worries drift beyond the horizon. Allow yourself to rest within the present moment. The desert is quiet now. The stars are watching. And somewhere in that endless sea of silence, the gentle spirit of Silas still moves with the wind, carrying with it a timeless lesson. Sometimes the greatest wisdom is simply learning how to listen. In the deepest embrace of the ocean, survival often means endless swimming, chasing, and a never-slackening vigilance. Yet, there is a creature that lives in almost motionless, effortless life drifting with the current in the undulating, unknown azure depths. They have no thick blubber to protect against the chill, nor sharp teeth for hunting, yet within the ever-changing tapestry of nature, they live out the most serene and gentle existence. Tonight, let us sit by the gently flickering hearth, and with this story that requires no effort to remember, step into his true life. This creature, known as the manatee, uses his lifelong slow pace to weave a deep-water dreamscape that coaxes all defenses to drop amidst the warm, shallow seagrass beds. In this world, sleep for most living beings usually requires finding a sturdy shelter, but for him, the entire warm ocean is his bed. His most wondrous talent is the ability to fall into a deep slumber with his eyes closed in the warm waters, while relying on an ancient instinct deep within his body to slowly and involuntarily float to the surface to breathe. It is a near-perfect, weightless state of floating, where the entire body is as relaxed as an ancient log steeped in the sea for thousands of years. Once his lungs are filled with the cool air of the deep night, he leisurely sinks back down to the seagrass bed dyed silver blue by the moonlight, continuing his unfinished dream. The water ripples outward ring by ring in the darkness, carrying away the weariness of the day, while the deep water overture belonging to the manatee slowly draws its curtain to the breath of the tide. The journey of life in the ocean is often depicted as a brutal contest of speed and power. Yet the manatee's night, from the very beginning, drifts outside this cruel law, revealing an anomalous tranquility. When night fully cloaks the mangroves and shallow bays of Florida, the surrounding water temperature begins to drop bit by bit. For a manatee without thick whale blubber, a water temperature below 20 degrees Celsius is a fatal fracture of fate, causing his body to gradually lose warmth and slide toward exhaustion. Yet, facing this inherent vulnerability, he does not choose to undertake long, intense transoceanic migrations like other marine mammals. On nights when a cold snap arrives, he always sluggishly propels his broad, fan-like caudal fin, and guided by an extreme sensitivity to warmth, swims toward inland freshwater spring vents or the warm water discharge zones of power plants. In those narrow yet temperate waters, hundreds of manatees gather silently together. Their broad, thick bodies brush gently against one another, huddling tightly in the dim depths, free from the territorial biting of combat or restless swimming. They simply suspend themselves quietly in the faint light refracted by the hot springs, letting the warm currents caress the tiny bristles on their skin. This choice of a haven, though limiting their potential to venture into the broader ocean, allows them to find the gentlest sanctuary of survival under the duress of bitter cold. If you dive into these warm depths in the dead of the quietest night, you will witness a sight that instantly dissolves all anxiety. That massive, rough-skinned, gray-brown manatee is suspended in the mid-water a few meters above the seabed in a state of absolute relaxation. His eyes are tightly shut, his two short forelimbs hang helplessly at his sides, and his entire rounded torso sways with the faintest rhythm of the moving currents. He has entered a deep sleep, a state in which his brain completely relaxes and his heart rate drops to an extremely low level of just a few beats per minute, yet the ocean does not cease its motion for his peaceful slumber. Owing to gas changes within his body, approximately every 10 to 15 minutes, his form begins to undergo a quiet shift. Guided by no conscious control whatsoever, his caudal fin instinctively and infinitesimally strokes up and down, generating a gentle, uplifting force. Like an ancient balloon filled with air rising slowly through the water, his broad back begins to close in on the shimmering surface. The moonlight in the night sky filters through the water membrane, tenderly carving silver textures onto his gray spine. In this slow, ascending journey, every single one of his cells exudes a pure relaxation that refuses to fight the world. This sensation of floating is nature's most perfect white noise for the soul, stripping time entirely of its urge to hurry. When the manatee's nostrils finally breached the sea surface, his originally sealed nostrils, equipped with special valvular folds of skin, opened smoothly. A deep, long, and exceptionally steady sound of exhalation quietly breaks over the vast and silent night sea, followed by a greedy yet quiet inhalation. This process is incredibly brief, failing to startle even the nocturnal birds resting near the water's surface. Immediately after, the folds of skin seal tight once more without a single gap, locking the outside air securely in the depths of his lungs. His body, now satiated with air, shifts its specific gravity again, and he begins to leisurely retreat into the deep blue depths, like a falling leaf descending on a windless autumn day. Throughout this entire cycle of falling asleep, ascending, breathing, and sinking back down, he never once truly opens his eyes from beginning to end. This perfect fusion of instinct and slumber is an ancient wisdom distilled over tens of millions of years. In the human world, we often must maintain absolute vigilance to keep life running, to the point where even our breathing becomes hurried and heavy. Yet the manatee showcases an ultimate trust through his posture, trust that the current will gently lift him up, and trust that instinct will safely guide him home. This complete surrender and submission to his surroundings grants him an inner peace that no storm in the volatile sea can ever strip away. Beyond his magical sleep, the reason the manatee was mistaken for the mysterious mermaid by countless seafarers over the long centuries stems even more from the exquisite, human-like affection shared between mother and calf. For a long time in the past, lonely sailors under the hazy moonlight would often spot a mother manatee cradling her calf with her forelimbs, half floating on the water's surface to nurse. That warm tenderness radiating within the immense, lonely ocean once soothed many a traveler's parched soul. A mother manatee's care for her child is exceedingly prolonged and infinitely patient. They spend 2 to 3 years accompanying their offspring every step of the way. On days when the wind and waves pick up slightly, the mother uses her own massive body to block the windward side, carving out a tiny, absolutely tranquil harbor for the little calf who is not yet proficient at swimming. From time to time in the depths, she calls out to her child with gentle, high-pitched chirps and squeaks unheard by humans, a frequency incredibly low, yet brimming with comforting power. The calf, in turn, nudges its smooth little head against the mother's rough muzzle, rolling around light-heartedly in waters thick with maternal love. This long-lasting companionship, entirely free from any utilitarian motive, is the true secret behind the manatee family survival in the freezing ocean to this day. They seek no expansion of territory, nor do they calculate the abundance of food. They pour all their gentleness into the quiet, simple grace of life beneath the waves, yet in this shallow ocean home where they have dwelt for millennia, the gears of time have begun to spin violently over the past few centuries, confronting the manatee with an unprecedented crisis of survival. With the relentless increase of fishing vessels and sightseeing speedboats, the once placid bays have been ruthlessly torn apart by the sharp scream of motors. The manatee's sluggish swimming speed and his habit of basking near the surface to breathe make him an unavoidable casualty beneath fast-spinning propellers. The backs of countless adult manatees bear deep, heavy scars inflicted by cutting hulls, mottled white tracks clearly visible against their gray-brown skin, standing as agonizing marks of the modern era forced upon them. Faced with these lethal iron beasts, the manatee has evolved no offensive weapons, nor can he even accelerate his escape. When danger strikes, his sole choice remains to silently sink lower into the seagrass beds, enduring the crude destruction of this world with a near stoic silence. This extreme misunderstanding and injustice inflicts a quiet ache upon anyone who comes to know them. Yet marvelously, despite these traumas, when gentle divers approach them in protected sanctuaries, they still swim over leisurely, gazing at humans with their small, trusting eyes, and even allowing people to softly stroke their thick, honest heads. This goodness, which chooses forgiveness and trust despite enduring such hardship, causes this rugged life to radiate a near-sacred brilliance in the azure depths. The tide begins to recede slowly, and the mangrove roots of the Florida Bay interlace under the moonlight like an ancient fence woven by nature's own hands. The deep ocean far away sends the muffled sound of waves crashing against reefs, but within this protected, calm inner bay, the manatee and his companions have fully immersed themselves in their midnight dreamland. His colossal frame rises gently once more through the warm current, his nostrils precisely breaching the surface to release a soft, sighing breath before soundlessly slipping back into the deep, profound blue. At the beginning of our story, we marveled at the paradox of his drifting survival, but now, we witness the purest compassion and open-mindedness within this life. He has no agile movements, no soaring songs, yet with a body like a floating log, he holds the most ultimate gentleness and relaxation of the ocean. This story of deep-water companionship has quietly reached its end, just like the lush seagrass swaying gently with the ocean currents on the seabed, softly brushing against your soul. The night is very deep now, and the faint glow of the shallow sea will watch over you until the first light of dawn. In this safe harbor, you no longer need to fight any waves, nor do you need to ponder complex problems. Please let your body relax just like the manatee, shedding all your weight, and in this warm, loose ambience, gently drift with the echo of the story toward the deepest, most peaceful dreamland. Good night. Upon the desolate salt flats where life is near extinct, the Creator often reclaims all tenderness, leaving only a cruel essence capable of swallowing everything. The lake water there is crystalline yet intensely toxic. High concentrations of saline and alkaline compounds can easily corrode the toughest leather, and the steaming air hangs heavy with the pungent scent of sulfur. Yet, within this forbidden zone where even wild birds refuse to alight, there resides a silhouette as brilliant as wildfire. With a near-miraculous elegance, they transform this lake of death into their own gentle haven. Tonight, let us sit by the gently flickering hearth, and with this story that requires no effort to remember, step into his true life. This creature, known as the flamingo, passes each long night in the place furthest removed from comfort, practicing an anomalous relaxation and an extremely restrained sleep. In this clamorous world, seeking a secure stretch of land is often a basic instinct for survival, but for him, the deep, toxic waters constitute nature's safest sanctuary. His legs are as slender as silk threads, borne covered in a layer of hard scales resistant to harsh alkaline corrosion, a pair of destined feet crafted specifically to stand amidst peril. Whenever night fully descends and the rippling lake surface is dyed a serene silver blue by the moon, he elegantly tucks away one foot, supporting his large frame solely upon a single delicate leg. He closes his eyes, gently folding that long, swan-like neck, and properly hides his heavy beak within the plush pink plumage of his back. It is a posture that can instantly dissolve all anxiety in whoever beholds it, free from any swaying, devoid of the slightest strain. The entire bird remains motionless in the center of the water, as if fused with heaven and earth. The wind whimpers low on the distant salt flats, while the weightless dreamscape belonging to the flamingo quietly unfolds amidst this swaying light. The dark night of the toxic red lake never follows the laws of the outside world. When the piercing glare of day retreats below the horizon, the water begins to exude a cold and eerie faint glow. For the flamingo keeping solitary vigil over this wilderness, every single night is a prolonged spiritual practice of balance and concealment. His feathers, dyed an intense pink by unique pigments, are the most conspicuous flame across the plains by day, but by night, they transform into a bizarre protective coloration, blending perfectly with the shimmering light of the lake. Yet beneath this ultimate elegance sits an inescapable natural compression. The nocturnal temperatures of the high-altitude alkaline lake plummet below freezing in just a few short hours. As icy gales begin to rage across the treeless lake surface, the freezing water cuts like needles against his exposed legs, attempting to strip away the final shred of warmth from his body. Facing this inherent severity, the flamingo does not choose to frequently flap his wings by the shore like other waterfowl, for lethal predators lie in ambush within the coastal shrubs. His destiny dictates that he must remain in the water, in the deepest, most dangerous, yet safest heart of the lake, to confront this freezing siege alone. This dilemma becomes the first fracture in his fate, making his nights long and fraught with restraint. He must learn to maintain absolute stillness in the cold, because every redundant movement accelerates the loss of heat, sliding life into an irrecoverable crisis. The breeze passes through his layered coverts with a soft, gentle rustling sound, while he stands frozen in the dark current like a pink stone sculpture, quiet without a single breath of sound. It is precisely this uncompromisable dilemma of survival that has forced the flamingo over the long centuries to evolve a sleep mechanism that astounds modern science. Since he cannot lie down, nor leave these freezing, toxic waters, he has borrowed a lock from his own body, a biological lock capable of shutting out gravity and exhaustion. When he slowly pulls up one leg, tucking it tightly beneath the warm feathers of his belly, the joint of the standing leg automatically slips into a wondrous state of mechanical locking under the downward pressure of his body weight. This locking requires no muscular power from his leg at all, much like an architect finding the single perfect keystone while building an arched bridge. This means that the single-legged stance, which appears immensely tiring to humans, is instead the body's most relaxed and energy-efficient natural posture for him. He can completely shut down the vast majority of his consciousness in this state, allowing his soul to drop into the deepest, sweetest slumber. The lake ripples gently under the night wind, and tiny waves lap ring by ring against his slender ankle, producing a regular, faint rocking sensation. This swaying does not disrupt his balance, rather, it acts like a colossal, azure cradle, tenderly rocking his dreamscape beneath the stars. Throughout this precious sleep, his beak, worn ragged from filtering algae by day, gains total rest, and his bodily metabolism is lowered to a perfect state of stillness. This is an ancient survival wisdom, refusing to fight gravity, refusing to clash with the environment, but simply utilizing the ingenuity of the body to fulfill his most stable night. There is another secret in the flamingo's life that is misunderstood by almost everyone, that is the stark, pale truth behind the color of their feathers. In the camera lenses of countless travelers, the flamingo is the definition of passion and romance, its brilliant pink wings intoxicating all who see them. Yet few know that this beautiful coloration is not an inherent pattern born of nature, but stems from the only food they can forage within these toxic waters, microalgae and brine shrimp rich in carotenoids. They are born merely as grayish-white, even somewhat homely chicks. To acquire this gown of fire, they must spend a lifetime swallowing these corrosive, toxic waters. It is a poignant life paradox of trading pain for beauty, and each step of their journey in turning toxin into splendor is exceptionally heavy. Crueler still, this beauty is not permanent. Whenever the breeding season concludes and a mother bird has exhausted every shred of nourishment to rear her offspring, her originally radiant plumage fades entirely within a few short days, turning into a dry, sickly white-gray. That paleness is the scar of a life completely drained, appearing utterly discordant within the bustling flock, even drawing cold neglect from companions. When a faded flamingo stands alone at the edge of the ruined lake, watching its companion still flashing pink under the moon. That isolation of being stripped by instinct and time carries a piercing sense of destiny. It must silently lower its head once more, searching anew for those minute pigments in the muddy, toxic waters, utilizing a supreme, cloistered restraint to await the rekindling of the flames. This containment and restraint of the flamingo is not only manifested in their journey of self-healing, but runs deeply through their immensely grand yet orderly communal relations. Upon the barren alkaline lake, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of flamingos gather together, forming an endless pink ocean. In human imagination, such a massive collective must inevitably be accompanied by ceaseless conflict, noise, and chaos, yet the true flamingo colony possesses a near-sacred midnight order. When the midnight moon rises to the zenith, the flock, which danced frantically and sang aloud for courtship by day, falls silent all at once, as if receiving a wordless command. Hundreds of thousands of living beings turn their heads in unison, hiding their beaks within their wings, forming loose yet never overlapping lines across several square kilometers of water. They maintain precise distances of mere centimeters between one another, capable of blocking portions of the freezing gale with their bodies while ensuring they never disrupt a neighbor's balance due to overproximity. If, in the deep of the night, a single flamingo on the outer perimeter detects the movement of a lurking predator, it does not explode into a panicked shriek, but releases a low, hoarse, short call. This sound travels rapidly across the water surface at a faint frequency unnoticeable to humans. Hundreds of thousands of flamingos, with their eyes closed in slumber, will instinctively take a synchronized step sideways toward safety. That movement is so seamless that not a single bird falls, not a single splash is thrown, like a massive pink carpet silently shifting beneath the moon. This trust that completely integrates individual destiny into communal order is their true ultimate card for flourishing over millennia upon the ruins, serene, hidden in dust, yet flawless. Yet at the edge of this pink sanctuary preserved for millennia, the colossal shadow of modern industrial civilization has begun to spread ruthlessly over recent decades, confronting the flamingo with its most severe crisis of survival. Because the alkaline lakes are rich in rare minerals and industrial raw materials, those originally uninhabited, toxic ruins have seen the erection of massive extraction factories and networks of asphalt highways. The scream of heavy machinery ruthlessly tears through the stillness of the wilderness, and the unregulated discharge of industrial wastewater has brought a catastrophic shift to the delicate composition of the lake water. In certain most heartbreaking turnings of fate, when the drought brought by the monsoons combines with the excessive water pumping of the factories, the originally vast red lake can dry up into a cracked, white salt crust in just a few short months. The flamingo family, deprived of its deep water sanctuary, wakes up one morning to face a harsh reality: their home has turned into an unreachable, hardened desert. The chicks, still unable to endure long-distance flight, have their tender feet cut mercilessly by the dry salt crystals, helplessly beating their unfeathered wings under the scorching sun, while the adults can only release mournful cries, circling loop after loop above the dry lake bed. Facing this epical upheaval where their home is uprooted, the flamingos exhibit no redundant fury or counterattack. They merely assemble in silence through the night with a near-haughty endurance. Guided by the memories of the elders, they unfold those black flight feathers hidden beneath the pink plumage, forming a massive V-shape in the thin night air, embarking on an arduous migration toward the next distant, unknown toxic lake. That night flight spanning hundreds of kilometers is an ultimate strain upon physical strength and will. Countless elderly souls exhaust their final lights along the way, falling soundlessly into the shadows of the earth, while the remaining flock maintains its restrained pace, flying resolutely toward the final source of hope. The night has deepened to the absolute utmost, and the waters of Lake Natron have slowly smoothed all ripples under the pull of the moon, the entire red surface as tranquil as a colossal, unpolished ruby. The dazzling Milky Way hangs unreservedly above the flamingo flock like a stationary river flowing with stardust, its light falling upon their pink feathers to reflect a near dreamlike, soft pale violet. By now, he has completely immersed himself in tonight's deepest slumber. That long leg which stood for hours is lowered back down in his sleep with extreme slowness and smoothness, replaced by the other warm foot gently stepping into the water, completing this effortless midnight exchange. At the beginning of our story, we sought to explore the eternal paradox of why he chose toxic ruins as his home, but now, we witness within this life the most ultimate freedom from contention and vital resilience. Although nature granted him the most lethal backdrop of survival and a heavy destiny of trading pain for beauty, it also gave him the perfect wisdom of balance and a noble soul that dances upon ruins. What he leaves to this desolate earth is never the clamor of conquest, but a flame that keeps burning amidst extinction, and a composure that remains unswayed before the storm. This story of shimmering light and feathered wings has quietly reached its end, just like the breeze that blew along the shore all night, finally slowing its steps at the edge of the mangroves. The world has quieted down completely, and the night of the toxic lake will watch over you with its gentlest boundary of safety. You do not need to undergo his long migration, nor endure that fated isolation. At this very moment, you need only relax every single ounce of gravity from your body, just like that flamingo standing beneath the starlight. Close your eyes, and let all your thoughts land softly within this shimmering tranquility, sinking together with the dimming glow of the hearth into the deepest, sweetest dreamland. Good night. In the freezing highlands where life cannot easily set foot, survival often means endless running and vigilance. Yet, there is a creature that lives an almost motionless, relaxed life on the misty cliffs and wilderness where the air is thin and storms rage. They possess neither sharp claws nor powerful bodies, yet within the harshest laws of nature, they live out the most gentle and serene existence. Tonight, let us sit by the gently flickering hearth, and with this story that requires no effort to remember, step into his true life. This creature, known as the alpaca, uses his lifelong gentleness and slow pace to weave the most comforting dreams upon the desolate land. The wind blows low outside the window, carrying away the weariness and clamor of the day. Meanwhile, the night on the highlands is drawing its quiet curtain. On the starlit pasture, he stands there silently, as if waiting for every tired soul to enter that pure world free from distraction. In those clear, somewhat vacant eyes, there is no anxiety, no panic, only a deep tranquility that has looked through the wind and frost. This is not a journey full of legends and adventures, but a record of a life gently reconciling with loneliness and bitter cold. The night in the Andes always arrives loftier and colder than anywhere else. As the last ray of the setting sun is swallowed by the icebound mountains, a piercing chill begins to permeate the thin air. Here, the great wind is a frequent guest of the night, howling through the treeless wilderness, stripping away the last remaining warmth of the earth's surface. At this moment, the alpaca stands beside a massive rock, his long wool fluttering slightly in the wind, yet his eyes remain as calm as water. His entire life seems to be spent in the company of this extreme cold. But he never resists, nor does he ever try to escape. He simply wraps himself gently with his thick, almost luxurious fleece. Those dense, soft fibers are the longest-lasting armor nature has bestowed upon him, locking in every precious degree of body temperature. At this moment, the alpaca stands beside a massive rock, his long wool fluttering slightly in the wind, yet his eyes remain as calm as water. His entire life seems to be spent in the company of this extreme cold. But he never resists, nor does he ever try to escape. He simply wraps himself gently with his thick, almost luxurious fleece. Those dense, soft fibers are the longest-lasting armor nature has bestowed upon him, locking in every precious degree of body temperature. When the storm is at its fiercest, he chooses to huddle close with his companions, using their bodies to build a warm barrier against the wind. They lean against one another, without fighting, without complaining, quietly sharing the weight of the gale. In this long, silent companionship, the coldness of the wilderness seems to be gradually melted by this warmth, becoming no longer so formidable. If you listen closely in the dead of the silent night, you will hear a deeply regular and healing sound rising and falling across the empty pasture. It is the sound of the alpaca chewing its cud, faint, slow, and carrying a wondrous rhythm. During the day, he silently grazes on the dry grass stalks growing from the rocky crevices, and at night, this food is savored once again in detail through the long process of rumination. This physiological habit, which might seem tedious to humans, is the most stable ritual of the day for the alpaca. His jaw moves left and right at an almost hypnotic frequency, and each chew feels like the gentlest measurement of time. This sound is amplified in the quiet night, gradually turning into a beautiful white noise that soothes all the restlessness brought by the cold on the wild plains. Life here has been turned down to the slowest gear. There are no hurried breaths, no panicked flights. In this way, he tells the surrounding world that even the lowest blade of grass deserves to be treated gently for an entire night. Listening to this sound, you will feel the flow of time slow down, and the anxieties and restlessness of the day dissolve and settle bit by bit with this steady rhythm. This is a survival wisdom inherited from ancient times, and a natural magic that brings peace to the soul. As the first dawn breaks and the highland sunlight pierces through the thin clouds, spilling unreservedly onto the golden pasture, a new day begins. Yet, the alpaca's morning shows no signs of busyness. His favorite thing to do is to lie on his side in groups on the sun-drenched slopes. The sunlight hits their fluffy wool, reflecting a warm halo. From a distance, they look like soft clouds that have fallen into the mortal world. He rests his long neck close to the ground, his limbs stretched out comfortably, letting the sunshine warm his belly completely. At moments like this, his slightly dorky face always carries an indescribable docility and relaxation. This sense of ease is so pure that any living being witnessing this scene would involuntarily slow down their steps and let down all defenses in their hearts. In this world, we are always urged to move forward, demanded to be strong, yet we forget how to be like him, simply lying quietly under the sun, feeling the flow of warmth. He does not ponder whether tomorrow's storm will be fiercer, nor does he worry about when the winter snow will melt. For him, every single ray of sunlight falling upon his body at this very moment is the entire meaning of life. This complete trust in the present allows him to always possess a sanctuary of peace amidst the unpredictable highlands. In the ecological hierarchy of the highlands, the alpaca is not a powerhouse, but he possesses a unique, non-aggressive philosophy of survival. His footsteps are incredibly light because he has soft pads on his hooves. Walking across the pasture, he causes almost no harm to the fragile highland vegetation. When he grazes, he only gently bites off the tips of the grass, leaving the roots so they can continue to grow in the next spring. This gentleness and restraint toward his home is the kindness in his bones, and a silent covenant he has made with this land. When interacting with other animals, he always maintains a perfect distance, neither intrusive nor overly detached. When a small bird alights on his back to preen its feathers, he stands perfectly still, not moving an inch, for fear of startling the visitor from afar. Through his existence, he demonstrates a possibility to the world. Strength does not necessarily mean conquest and possession. Sometimes, gentleness is the most resilient power. Over the long course of time, countless fierce beasts have perished on this land, while the gentle alpaca has always thrived and flourished here. He uses his life to prove that in a world that often appears harsh, living gently is, in itself, a magnificent victory. His every gaze, his every movement, is like a wordless hymn written for nature. The night grows deeper, and the starry sky of the Andes is so dazzling it brings tears to one's eyes. The Milky Way spans across the pitch-black night sky like a flowing river of silver. The distant wind gradually dies down, and the entire wilderness enters the deepest slumber. By now, the alpaca, along with his family members, lies quietly in the sheltered valley. He rests his head gently against the warm flank of a companion, his eyes softly closed, his breathing becoming calm and long. The nighttime chewing sound gradually fades, merging into the boundless starlight and tranquility. What he truly leaves to this land is not some earth-shattering footprints, but a warmth that remains tender in the cold, and a composure that stays unaltered before the storm. This story does not require you to deliberately memorize its every detail, just let this peace from the highlands flow into your heart. The world has quieted down, and all the rushing and toil can be safely set down at this moment. May you, just like the alpaca lying under the starlight right now, have a night wrapped in gentleness, free from fear, free from burden. Close your eyes, and let your body and mind slowly sink into the sweetest, most peaceful dreamland amidst this relaxation and warmth. Good night. At the edge of the vast earth, some lives seem born with a perspective that looks down upon the mortal world. They possess elegant and long necks, allowing them to easily reach treetops unreachable by others, yet because of this, they bear a certain unspoken weight of life. When night fully cloaks this ancient savanna and all clamor fades into the soil, they still stand quietly in the wind, like solitary sentinels. Tonight, let us sit by the gently flickering hearth, and with this story that requires no effort to remember, step into his true life. This creature, known as the giraffe, passes each long night in the place closest to the sky, using a near-cruel wakefulness and an extremely restrained sleep. In this world, sleep is an unconditional reward for most living beings, but for him, it is a game of precise calculation, even using life as collateral. He only allows himself a few minutes of deep sleep each day, a span of time so brief it makes one's heart ache. And in those precious few minutes, he gently folds back that seemingly proud long neck, resting his head softly and properly against his own back. It is a posture that, once seen, is hard to forget. It looks both like an exhausted compromise and a deep embrace of self-comfort. The wind whimpers low on the distant horizon, while the high-altitude dreamscape belonging to the giraffe quietly unfolds beneath this silent starlight. The dark night of the savannah is never truly calm, danger always lurks within those unseen shadows. For a giraffe standing several meters tall, this height is an unparalleled advantage by day, but by night, it becomes a massive target that cannot be hidden. Even more fatal is that his 2-meter-long neck makes his every standing up and lying down incredibly slow and difficult. Once a predator is encountered while lying down, a few short seconds of sluggishness are enough to rewrite the ending of life. That is why a deep vigilance toward the earth flows in his bones, and he is born rarely choosing to truly lie down. This instinctive resistance for survival becomes the first fracture in his destiny, splitting his night into countless fragmented and awake moments. While the surrounding zebras and antelopes close their eyes and sink into dreamland, he still needs to straighten his back and maintain a standing posture. His eyes gleam with faint light in the darkness, always watching for the slightest rustle in the grass. This prolonged standing is not because he is not tired, but because for life, staying awake is the only chip for survival. During the long hours of standing, the breeze passes through his mottled coat, carrying away his body warmth, but also bringing messages of danger or peace from afar. It is precisely this destiny of being unable to sleep peacefully that has forced the giraffe to evolve a highly unique, even fantastical way of sleeping. Since he cannot lie down for long, he has learned to steal scattered, crumb-like dreams in the intervals of standing. He often chooses a tall acacia tree to lean against during the quietest moments of the deep night. Then, that long neck accustomed to being held high slowly relaxes, carving a very gentle arc. He turns his head backward, carefully resting it on his back or thigh, just like a tired child who has finally found the most comforting pillow. Sleep in this posture usually lasts only 2 to 3 minutes each time, or even shorter. In human perception, 2 minutes is but an exchange of a few breaths, but for the giraffe, this is already the greatest tolerance the night grants him. In these 2 minutes, his brain quickly falls into deep sleep, his body muscles relax for a moment, and he may even have extremely short dreams about treetops and breezes. Then, the alarm of instinct wakes him right on time, and he raises his head again, turning back into that vigilant, lonely sentry. This continually repeating night woven from countless 2-minute blocks is his unique rhythm of life, restrained yet full of poetry. Aside from an extremely brief sleep, there is another secret in the giraffe's life that is misunderstood by almost everyone, that is his near-absolute silence. On the noisy savannah, lions roar, elephants trumpet, and even seemingly gentle antelopes snort in warning. Only the giraffe remains completely noiseless, whether at the moment of encountering danger or in times of grief over losing a companion. In the past, people once thought he was a natural mute, believing nature had forgotten to endow his throat with the power of vocalization, but true science reveals a deeper truth: he has functional vocal cords. It is just that his trachea is too long and the distance between his chest and throat is too far, requiring immense airflow and physical effort to make a sound. More importantly, on this land fraught with peril, sound often exposes one's location, bringing devastating disaster. Thus, in the long river of evolution, he voluntarily surrendered the right to vocalize, pressing all emotions deep into his chest. He uses infrasound, at frequencies too low for humans to hear, to communicate gently with distant companions under the silent night sky. That sound vibrates slowly in the air, skimming over the tips of the grass, crossing distances of several kilometers, caught only by companions who are equally lonely. This silence is not inability, but a high level of restraint, his gentlest resistance against this noisy world. This squeezing of destiny brought by body structure is not only reflected in sleep and sound, but even his most basic drinking of water turns into an adventure full of a sense of ritual. Although the giraffe's neck is very long, when he stands straight, his head still cannot reach the water source on the ground. Whenever he comes to a waterhole, he must spread his 2 long front legs wide to the sides of his body, striking a posture that is somewhat awkward or even comical, to painstakingly lower his head to the water's surface. In this posture, his center of gravity drops to the lowest point, and his body's defenses completely collapse. If a crocodile or a lion suddenly launches an ambush at this moment, he has almost no chance of resisting. Therefore, every time he lowers his head to drink, it is a grand gamble against fate for the giraffe. He always hesitates by the water for a long time, constantly looking up and around, confirming there is not a shred of movement in the wind before slowly lowering that proud head. The water reflects his clear eyes and his pair of small horns. He sucks the sweet spring water at top speed, then quickly straightens his body, regaining the height that commands the whole situation. The price of this drinking makes him cherish every drop of nectar in life even more, and makes him always maintain a complex emotion of both longing and awe toward the earth. His life finds a subtle and fragile balance between the wind in the high sky and the water on the ground. As autumn goes and spring comes, and the drought and lushness of the savanna alternate, the giraffe also builds a highly cohesive family tension within this high degree of restraint. Although they do not have a strong sense of territory, the bond between companions appears exceptionally resilient in silence. During the day, they maintain a distance of several hundred meters, scattering near different tree canopies to feed, using their height to act as distant lookout towers for one another. And at dusk, they tacitly move toward the same direction, finally forming a loose yet mutually supportive circle as night falls. In this circle, the older giraffes voluntarily stand on the outer perimeter, leaving the safest and least windy center position for the young offspring. When calves, exhausted, have to truly lie down on the grass to sleep deeply, the adult giraffes stand around them like towering banners, guarding them wordlessly. They use their height and wakefulness to build an invisible, mobile safe haven for the next generation. In this silent vigil, there is no passionate verbal expression like in human society, yet there is a responsibility and affection that transcends language. Through the long nights, because of these slender figures looking out for each other, the desolate savanna becomes less frightening and helpless. The night has deepened to the utmost, and the wind on the savanna begins to turn gentle, softly brushing the tiny leaves of the acacia trees. The dazzling Milky Way, like a white veil, quietly spreads over the giraffe's head. Those stars seem so close to him, as if he could touch them just by raising his head. At this moment, he once again slowly bends his long neck, resting his head gently against his back, beginning another precious 2-minute dreamscape for tonight. In the introduction, we once marveled at his cruel destiny of sleeping only a few minutes a day, but now we understand that it is precisely this extreme restraint that achieves his unparalleled elegance and resilience. Although nature stripped away his right to sleep peacefully for long periods and deprived his throat of shouting out loud, it gave him the broadest horizon and the soul closest to the starry sky. What he leaves to this earth is never extortion and conquest, but a posture of gentle reconciliation with destiny. This story has reached its end, just like the giraffe's brief dream, falling softly into the night of the savanna. The world has quieted down completely, and those distant starlight will watch over you in his stead. You do not need to stay vigilant like him. There is no danger of the night here, only warmth and absolute safety. Set down all your thoughts peacefully, and just like that giraffe resting on his own back, let your soul slowly sink into the deepest, most tranquil dreamland under the brushing of the high sky breeze. Good night. At the roof of the world, upon the freezing cliffs far beyond the easy reach of human eyes, life is stripped of all adornment, leaving only its purest essence. There are no lush forests, no flowing streams, only eternal glaciers and a desolate wind that forever howls through the stone crevices. Within this seemingly lifeless world of silver and white, a proud and ethereal soul is concealed, walking soundlessly between loose rocks and accumulated snow, like a guardian spirit conjured by the mountains themselves. Tonight, let us sit by the gently flickering hearth, and with this story that requires no effort to remember, step into his true life. This creature, known as the snow leopard, passes each long night in the place furthest from prosperity, using a near-cruel clarity and an extremely gentle certainty. In this clamorous world, bustling activity is often the norm for survival, but for him, solitude is nature's deepest bestowal. His lungs are born adapted to the thin air high upon the mountains, a fatal lock of destiny that would bring suffocation should he ever descend to the valleys. Yet he never resists this fate of being confined to the high altitudes. He simply lies quietly on the moonlit stone cliff as night falls, overlooking the boundless mortal world beneath him. When the cold wind at the mountain peaks begins to bite, he makes an exceptionally tender gesture. He slowly pulls over his massive, fluffy tail, which is nearly equal to his body length, and properly wraps it around his face. It is a posture that can instantly calm anyone who witnesses it. The thick, long tail not only locks in the remaining warmth of his breath but acts like a plush wall, insulating him from all external blizzards and disruptions. The stars in the night sky gleam with a ghostly blue light reflected by the glaciers, and the solitary dreamscape belonging to the snow leopard quietly unfolds within this absolute silence. The night in the mountains always arrives with exceptional abruptness. As the golden sunset fades from the final peak, the cold surges forth like a tide from the stone crevices in all directions. For the snow leopard living alone above the snowline, every single night is a spiritual practice to be faced entirely on his own. His silver-gray coat, adorned with black rosette patterns, is a perfect camouflage gained after thousands of years of tempering by wind and snow, allowing him to blend tracelessly into this wasteland of jagged crags. Yet this ultimate concealment bears an unavoidable, absolute loneliness at its back. In the life sequence of the snow leopard, there are no gatherings in large numbers, nor any dawn-to-dusk companionship. From the day he leaves his mother, 1 kilometer after another of desolate mountain ridges becomes his sole traveling companion. This ultimate endurance of solitude becomes the first fracture in his destiny, rendering his nights long and without end. When a storm tears through the clouds in the night sky, letting out a thunderous roar, he can only find a protruding rock on his own, pressing his body tightly against the hard stone wall. The rock is freezing, the wind is piercing, yet there is not a shred of panic in his emerald eyes, only a near-detached composure. He waits for the storm to pass, waits for the night to return to stillness. This prolonged endurance is not because he is dull, but because upon this land, impulsiveness means destruction, and tranquility is the sole card for survival. The breeze brushes past his wide paws, whose thick pads make no sound at all among the loose stones, as if he himself were a stubborn crag within these mountains, insensate yet indestructible. It is precisely this destiny that cannot be shared with his kind that has forced the snow leopard over the long years to learn a profoundly poetic way to care for his own weariness. Since he cannot alter the severity of the wind and snow, he learns to find a warm haven within his own body. In the deepest, coldest hours of the night, when even the air seems to solidify, he comes to the familiar stone cave that serves as his only home among the mountains. He slowly settles his body down, tucking his limbs beneath his chest, and then that thick, plush tail, which accounts for the greater part of his weight, begins to move elegantly. He gently draws the tip of his tail to his nose, following the contours of his face, burying his entire countenance into that thick, soft layer of fur. The hair upon his tail is dense and warm, and as his breath pats against it, a tiny microclimate belonging entirely to him is formed. Within this world circled by his tail, there is no cutting wind to tear his skin, no freezing cold from scraping rocks, only his most familiar temperature and even breaths. This wondrous physiological mechanism is not merely a tool against the cold for the snow leopard, but rather a spiritual ritual, allowing him to gain a fleeting sense of security upon this desolate cliff. Listening to his muffled, rhythmic breathing filtering through the fur, the restlessness of the entire mountain range seems to subside along with it. Life has found its most introverted expression here, seeking not a single shred of warmth from the outside world, but simply using its own body to fulfill its own safe sleep. This is a self-healing wisdom derived from ancient times, and the most dignified, gentle reconciliation a solitary being can make when facing nature. Beyond this comforting sleeping posture, the snow leopard's movement and hunting among the mountains similarly reveal a high level of restraint and elegance. The scree slopes high above are exceptionally steep and unstable. The slightest careless step could trigger a thunderous rockslide, thereby exposing his presence. Thus, he evolved the most perfect balancing organ in the natural world, that thick, long tail, which sways gently in the air like a helicopter's rotor when he leaps between sheer cliffs, helping him precisely correct every single deviation of his center of gravity. Each time he vaults across a chasm several meters wide, he appears so light and soundless, like a gray feather cradled by the wind, landing firmly upon a ledge barely large enough for his feet. This elegance walked upon the brink of life and death is the pride in his bones, and a tacit understanding born of his long observation of this treacherous terrain that he never hunts blindly. More often, he sits at the highest point of a formation known as the Moonlit Cliff, quietly overlooking the movements of the blue sheep in the valley below. He can maintain a single posture, sitting silently for hours, letting the falling snow pile high upon his head and shoulders, turning him into a true snow sculpture. That prolonged stillness carries a spellbound magic, as if even the flow of time has stagnated around him. With this ultimate patience and restraint, he writes a wordless hymn of survival and mechanics at the perilous edge of the high skies. When he finally takes a step into the dark night, that fleeting silhouette is not for conquest, but solely to sustain his dignified life in this freezing world. This restraint of the snow leopard is even more deeply manifested within their exceptionally rare communication and relational tension. In their vast territories, two snow leopards may never see each other more than a few times in a lifetime, yet they maintain a mutual understanding across the mountains through a highly respectful, silent language. He will leave his claw marks upon the rocks or gently rub his face against protruding stone corners, leaving a scent mark completely unique to himself. These markings can persist for months in the freezing air. When another solitary wanderer passes by, he needs only to lower his head slightly to sniff and read the message left by his predecessor: someone has been here, and this place is filled with peace. Through this method, they build an invisible bridge of communication across the glaciers, maintaining absolute respect for each other's territory while gaining a sliver of solace in their icy solitude from the existence of their kind. And only in the early spring of each year, when the ice and snow show a faint sign of thawing, does the quiet valley occasionally echo with the snow leopard's slightly hoarse, long, and ethereal call. It is not a ferocious roar, but a gentle long howl filled with searching and testing, reverberating tier upon tier through the empty mountains, piercing deep canyons, and drifting toward the distant heavens. Those are rare moments in their lives when they express longing to the outside world. Each long howl is like a wordless love poem written for this lonely wilderness, restrained, deep, yet carrying a shred of fatalistic sorrow. When a response echoes faintly from another mountain peak, the two solitary souls slowly draw closer in the night, completing the most vital yet briefest intersection of their lives, before turning away once more to vanish back into their respective solitudes. With the turning of the eras, even this paradise soaring into the clouds has begun to feel the inevitable squeeze and intrusion of the low-altitude human world. The slow warming of the global climate causes the originally stable snowline to retreat higher year by year, while the degradation of the pastures below forces herders and their flocks to migrate to higher, steeper slopes. This invisible pressure ruthlessly shatters the ancient covenant preserved between the snow leopard and this land for thousands of years. When livestock occupy the territory that originally belonged to the wild blue sheep, the starved snow leopard, through countless blizzard-ridden nights, is forced to face a difficult and painful choice: whether to continue enduring hunger among the barren scree, or to risk moving toward the human pens glowing with faint lantern light that in certain most agonizing moments of fate. When he is trapped within a herder's sturdy fence for preying upon a goat, his originally proud soul is forced to confront cold barbed wire and furious shouts. Faced with this extreme dilemma of the era, he does not explode into the destructive, frenzied counterattack of a lion or a tiger. He merely curls up quietly in a corner, using those green eyes filled with starlight to gaze coldly at the surrounding crowd. There is no begging in that gaze, no fury, only a detachment and sorrow that has seen through the cycle of life. This silent confrontation is the fiercest yet quietest collision between Alpine civilization and modern industrial civilization. Anyone who understands the price behind it will feel a deep helplessness and heartache in the deep of the night. Fortunately, as humans who understand reverence begin to establish protective borders, the snowline upon the mountains has finally regained its peace in some places, allowing him to retreat once more to the highest peak belonging to him, free from disruption. The night has deepened to the utmost, and the wind at the roof of the world has finally ceased entirely. The entire glacier gleams under the magnificent starry river with a dreamlike, freezing brilliance. That silver river spanning the night sky is so close that it feels as though one could scoop up a palmful of stardust simply by standing upon the stone cliff where the snow leopard rests. By now, he has completely curled up in the depths of the stone cave hollowed out by the wind, that massive, fluffy tail wrapped seamlessly around his entire face, leaving only two small ears to occasionally twitch slightly in his sleep to the faint sound of a distant glacier cracking. In the introduction of our story, we once sought to explore the eternal riddle of his facing the blizzard alone, but now, we witness within this life the purest self-sufficiency and internal strength. Although nature stripped away his possibility of settling in the warm valleys, it granted him the entire mountain range as his throne and the cleanest starry sky as his blanket. He requires no redundant clamor to prove his existence. His lifelong restraint and composure are the most noble interpretation of life. This story of high-altitude watching has quietly reached its curtain call, like a single snowflake drifting slowly from the night sky, melting silently upon the quiet ice field. The world has quieted down completely, and the night sky of the mountains will watch over you with its purest power. You do not need to experience his solitude, nor do you need to face his blizzards. At this very moment, you need only relax every single one of your cells, just like that snow leopard burying his face within his warm tail. Close your eyes, and let all your thoughts land softly in this atmosphere of ether and peace, sinking together with the dimming hearth into the deepest, sweetest dreamland. Good night. In the high-altitude fir forests at the foothills of the Himalayas, where mists linger all year round, what kind of posture must a life assume to endure nature's most ultimate isolation and bitter cold? The elevation here spans a precipitous 3,000 meters, where the thin air feels like crushed ice from the Arctic and the mountain winds cut as sharply as stone knives honed for thousands of years. Most living creatures in this peril-ridden old-growth forest are always in a hurried rush, exhausted merely by the act of making a living, yet, there is a creature that chooses to let the passage of time unfold with infinite slowness here. The red panda, a life endowed with a signature reddish-brown fluffy coat and an inherent natural cuteness, has lived out a form of motionless poetry between the steepest moss-covered cliffs and the deepest oceans of bamboo. Tonight, let us sit by the gently flickering hearth, and with this story that requires no effort to remember, step into his true life. When the night curtains fall completely low and the star-filled sky scatters like fine diamonds upon the thick moss of ancient tree trunks, he is lying quietly on a massive fir branch spanning across the air. He does not behave like other nocturnal animals filled with high-strung vigilance. Instead, he completely relaxes his limbs, letting them drape into the empty air along with his rounded, soft belly, hanging loosely on both sides of the tree limb. That long, fluffy tail bearing 9 alternating dark and light rings now submissively trails in the wind like a warm ribbon, gleaming with a faint bronze aura under the moonlight. In this anxious world that is forever urging you to run, the red panda's every face-washing movement, every curled embrace of his tail, and every light, measured step are as slow as a deep and gentle meditation. He never cares where the world below has progressed, nor does he heed the names humans have bestowed upon him. He simply guards his own peace within this ancient forest canopy. Throughout this tranquility, let us drift into the faint fragrance of alpine plants along with his breathing. The morning of the high-altitude forest often begins with a glimmer of near-motionless light. As the first dawn breaks through the mountain mists that refuse to disperse among the fir trees, spilling onto the rhododendron trunks blanketed in thick lichens, the red panda slowly opens his eyes. His eyes are dark, bright, and rounded, rimmed by a circle of pure white fur, looking as if he had accidentally caught the first hoarfrost of the high mountains during the long passage of years. He does not behave like other wild animals, scattering in panic or foraging frantically at the very first light of dawn. Instead, he simply stands up quietly at the highest reach of the trunk, elegantly and tepidly stretching his somewhat rounded body, and casts his gaze toward the undulating snow-capped mountains in the distance. There, the peaks transition from a freezing cold blue to a warm orange-red in the dawn light, and his inner world seems to grow immensely enriched and serene along with this shift in color. He begins to pace across the thick tree trunks with footsteps so light that not a single sound can be heard, as if his physical form possesses no weight, floating like a red cloud atop the green moss. The bottom of the red panda's paws is covered with an exceptionally thick layer of white fur. This unique anatomy serves not only as natural fur boots to resist freezing rocks and bark, but allows him to walk upon the jagged, rugged plateau as though treading on the finest velvet carpet. He walks at a leisurely pace, stopping every few steps to tilt his head slightly, as if listening to the delicate whispers left behind by the wind drifting through the arrow bamboo groves. This slowness, appearing somewhat dull to human eyes, is not a sign of an unagile mind, but a premier survival philosophy nurtured within an extreme environment. In a freezing alpine forest with critically low oxygen levels and severe scarcity of energy, any violent movement is an extreme overdraft on life, and he understands this deeply. Thus, he chooses to achieve the most thorough reconciliation with his surroundings, slowing his vital frequency to match the exact wavelength of this ancient old-growth forest with tens of thousands of years of history. By noon, the sunlight turns somewhat piercing, yet the wind across the high mountain still carries a lingering chill that has not entirely dissipated. The red panda brings his steps to a halt beside a mountain hollow lush with dense arrow bamboo. This is his secret dining room. He lowers his head, utilizing his front paws, which are armed with sharp, short claws yet move with exceptional tenderness, to grasp a verdant bamboo stalk with absolute precision. The secrets of science are often concealed within these unnoticed bodily details. The red panda's front paw features a false thumb specialized from the wrist bone, which allows him to grip items as dexterously as a human. He uses this unique anatomy to hold the bamboo leaves tightly, methodically sending the tenderest blades into his mouth to begin one highly regular chew after another. As a creature classified under the carnivore order yet choosing bamboo as its primary diet through a prolonged evolution, his digestive system faces tremendous challenges. Those hard fibers must undergo a long and inefficient journey within his stomach and intestines, a journey that demands his most ultimate patience and restraint during the day. After eating his fill, he exhibits no worldly anxiety. Instead, he locates a sun-drenched, lichen-covered ancient crossbranch, slowly settling his body down to enter his most cherished hours of face-washing and contemplation of the day. He extends his pink little tongue, meticulously licking his front paws, and then uses his dampened paws to wipe his cheeks and ears over and over again, his intent expression looking as if the entire universe has nothing to do with him. That rustling face-washing sound and the regular side-to-side movement of his jaw sound remarkably like the white noise of wind brushing through leaves in the dead of night, possessing a natural hypnotic magic. The surrounding world may be undergoing turbulent shifts, a bird of prey might swiftly streak past overhead, or a dark cloud might obscure the midday sun, yet he will not lose his composure over any of it. He simply maintains his own frequency, smoothing away all haste and restlessness of the plateau day with his wordless docility. Over the long passage of historical eras, the red panda did not always hide in such solitude within a mythical jungle. In ancient Eastern legends of anomalies, they were once mistakenly believed to be the ancient incarnations of the nine-tailed fox, or even viewed as wood and stone spirits capable of seeing through human hearts within the ocean of trees. However, this beautiful misunderstanding and their exceptionally gorgeous, warm reddish-brown coat once brought unforgettable scars of destiny and heavy burdens upon their family. During the Age of Discovery and the initial decades of modern civilization's expansion, greedy hunters bearing cold firearms shattered the millennia-old silence of this alpine forest. Many companions fell amidst the gunshots, their gorgeous pelts sent to the bustling world down the mountains to turn into vain ornaments upon the shoulders of wealthy ladies, while their originally vast home was carved to pieces by the scream of logging machines. Confronted by this dimension-reducing squeeze and bullying from a higher civilization, the weak red panda could not resist. Like a fierce beast, he possessed no sharp fangs, nor any lethal talons capable of tearing enemies apart. Yet he made the most resilient choice, to hide, hiding himself deeper and more thoroughly within the vertical cliffs and precipitous forest canopies where humans could not stand at all. With thousands of years of restraint and gentleness, he bred silently within the hollows of dead fir trees upon the, gazing coldly upon the wars and curtain falls sparked by human society for power and wealth. Those rises and falls that the human world deemed magnificent seemed to him perhaps nothing more than a brief thundershower upon the alpine meadows, arriving fiercely but vanishing just as fast. He was not warped by hatred, nor did he lose his trust in life. He would still sit upon the twilight branches, watching the passage of time with those clear eyes untainted by a single shred of impurity. This serene sense of fate imparts an otherworldly zen and sacredness to his presence. When we toss and turn in the deep of the night over the gains and losses of daily life or workplace friction, remembering that he stands upon the ancient trees of the Himalayan cliffs, watching the eternal starry sky with that calm, desireless gaze, can help release the greater part of our anxiety and grievances in an instant. The dusk colors the western sky of the Himalayan mountain range like overturned blue-purple ink, slowly bleeding across the horizon. The temperature within the valleys begins to plummet off a terrifying cliff, and all the warmth of the day is instantly swallowed by the freezing twilight of the plateau. The red panda knows the most difficult and longest freezing night of the day is drawing near, yet he still searches for a sanctuary to pass the night within the canopy layer dozens of meters above the ground without any rush. He finds a massive tree knot cavity sheltered from the wind, blanketed heavily with dry, soft moss, radiating the distinct resinous aroma of wood. Although red pandas are solitary wanderers, they maintain an exceptionally high degree of tacit understanding and gentle politeness toward each other's presence on this cruel winter night. He slowly curls into the cavity, not falling asleep immediately, but compressing his body into a mathematically perfect round ball, allowing that plush tail, which is longer than his torso and features 9 distinct rings, to exhibit a miraculous capacity for insulation at this hour. He utilizes his 2 front paws to gently cradle that thick tail, pulling it securely over his face and nose, acting as though he were donning a portable, all-natural down mask in the midst of ice and snow. From a scientific perspective, the structure of the fur on a red panda's tail is extraordinary. The the hollow fibers are capable of locking in every single remaining ray of the daytime sun's temperature. This most generous gift of nature grants him a cocoon of warmth belonging completely to himself within this desolate old-growth forest devoid of human heating. Thus, he rests quietly inside the mossy tree hollow, listening to the heavy howling of the savage gales rushing through the fir needles outside, fully committing himself to this cold and tranquil night. The night has grown profoundly deep, and the entire Himalayan mountain range has fallen completely into an atmosphere of ether, silence, and absolute stillness. The wind has gradually died down, the snow has wordlessly ceased, and only the brilliant, vast Milky Way spans across the pitch-black sky, radiating an eternal and gentle glow. The red panda within the cavity has thoroughly entered his deepest dreamland, still maintaining the posture of embracing his tail, like a red meteor fallen into the mortal world, freezing into stillness within the embrace of the ancient tree. His breathing becomes exceptionally deep, steady, and slow. With every faint exhalation, a delicate cloud of white mist condenses in the freezing air of the cavity entrance, only to dissolve silently into the quiet starlight that we often search frantically for inner peace within the clamorous, friction-filled world of the day, unaware that this very tranquility has already flowed through the red panda on the distant plateau for thousands of years. He needs to prove his strength to no one, nor does he seek to conquer any unknown territories. He merely uses the slowest, gentlest posture to live out the fullest, most resilient truth of life. That unique air of ether and peace from the alpine old-growth forest now seems to flow gently into your room along this low, slow midnight narration, tenderly wrapping around all your weariness and anxieties. In this world, there are always corners that remain absolutely quiet, and there are always lives that pass their span without any rush. Therefore, please set down all your worries and anxieties from the day with a peaceful mind, and just like that red panda sleeping soundly in the canopy cavity, surrender your weary body entirely to the soft bed. The night is long, the breeze is gentle, the starlight is beautiful, and you, too, should sleep soundly now. Good night. When the last ray of the overly intense, blazing sunset leaves soundlessly, the vast tropical jungle, thriving to the point of near suffocation, finally welcomes the forgiveness of the dark night. Those brilliant colors that fought desperately for survival space under the sunlight begin to settle into a near-sacred silence within the heavy shadows spreading layer after layer. Yet, deep within this endless greenery fraught with unknowns and lurking dangers, the sleeping posture of one life has become the most incredible, breathtaking, and eternal riddle in the entire natural world. The toucan, a creature that forever represents tropical clamor, vitality, and splendor in human eyes, lives out an extremely introverted and motionless form of poetry in the night meticulously woven by the Creator. Tonight, let us sit by the gently flickering hearth, and with this story that requires no effort to remember, step into his true life. At this moment, all is silent. The fine strands of rain begin to tap a regular, gentle rhythm upon the layered banana leaves, while he stands at the edge of a deep tree hollow in a giant tree hundreds of years old. His massive beak, extending more than 20 centimeters and looking as though it were painted with the world's proudest colors, gleams with a faint, no longer ostentatious light under the sparse moonbeams. That long bill appears so heavy, so abrupt, as if it were a gorgeous burden of fate intentionally imposed when he was created. Yet, at this very moment before falling into slumber, he makes an anomalous gesture that makes all observers hold their breath. He slowly turns his head, tucking that giant beak exceptionally gently beneath the wing on one side, and then folds his long tail upward, pinning it tightly against his own back. In this single instant, the toucan that was originally immense and full of visual impact completely vanishes. In its place is a rounded, submissive, and perfect black presence resembling a plush plant fruit. Through this ultimate folding, he hides himself entirely within the embrace of the dark night, no longer displaying any sharp edges to the world, simply immersing himself in a long dream of the ancient jungle amidst the boundless chirping of insects. The morning of the rainforest is never a gentle overture, but a grand symphony woven from countless sounds, lights, and shadows. When the piercing sunshine pierces through the heavy canopy layer, turning into countless golden swords thrusting straight into the forest floor, the toucan slowly awakens from the narrow tree hollow that wrapped him all night long. He unfolds that pair of somewhat stiff wings, exposing his giant beak hidden beneath the plumage once more to the morning air. Its bright yellow, emerald green, and deep crimson are instantly resurrected under the sun, dazzling like a rainbow sweeping through the woods. Yet, beneath this splendor hides a heavy pressure of survival and the first fracture of destiny that others cannot truly feel. His long beak occupies 1/3 of his total body length. In the eyes of many unformed observers, this might seem like an excellent weapon for showing off, fighting, or defending against predators in the jungle. But the truth of nature is far crueler than this. This massive bill is actually extremely fragile. Its interior is composed of countless minute, cancellous bony tissues, and the exterior is merely covered by a thin layer of keratin, possessing almost no hardness for combat. More fatally, this immense area makes his every flight through the woods remarkably clumsy. He cannot weave through the dense forest as nimbly as small passerine birds, and every takeoff must be accompanied by a massive consumption of physical strength and a precise compliance with the wind direction. He perches upon the branches of a Brazil nut tree soaring into the clouds, surrounded by the high-pitched, sharp calls of various songbirds that seem to declare territories or mock this slow-moving giant with a hollowly massive exterior. The toucan simply stands there silently, tilting his head slightly, gazing coldly and with restraint at this clamorous world through his deep eyes ringed with a patch of sky-blue skin. He knows he cannot hide this gown of vivid colors that feels like a curse, and he knows countless greedy predators are hidden in the shadows, staring at him like a moving target with icy gazes. In every single moment of the day, he must remain alert, bearing the dual squeeze of beauty and clumsiness, carefully searching for a balance point of survival within this perilous green labyrinth. The midday sun grows increasingly ferocious, and the air within the jungle feels as though it were boiled, hanging thick with a stifling, humid vapor woven from decaying vegetation and new life. In this period when even the air seems to solidify, the toucan begins the most frequent activity of his day, a prolonged gamble between feeding and body temperature. He begins to leap slowly through the high reaches of the canopy layer. Unable to sustain prolonged, continuous flight, he relies more often on his feet to execute precise hops between thick vines. His massive beak finally reveals another layer of the Creator's intent at this hour. The long structure allows him to easily reach those tropical berries growing at the very tips of fragile twigs, completely unreachable by other heavy birds. He utilizes the precise tip of his beak to harvest a ripe passion fruit exceptionally gently, tilting his head slightly back to let the fruit slide down the long passage into his throat using gravity, the entire movement elegant, restrained, without a single shred of savage tearing. Yet the true essence of science often manifests at the very edge of survival. This massive beak is not merely his harvesting tool, but the core air conditioning system within his body. Noon temperatures in the rainforest are extremely high, and birds possess no sweat glands to dissipate heat. The surface of the toucan's immense bill is densely webbed with minute networks of blood vessels. As blood flows through this expansive region, the long beak acts like a highly efficient radiator, continuously releasing his excess internal heat into the air. However, this simultaneously signifies a massive risk. If a cold rain suddenly sweeps through the jungle at this moment, these vessels turn into a lethal loophole for losing body heat. He must constantly calculate the wind speed and the temperature of the sun while foraging and replenishing energy, controlling his heartbeat and blood flow within an exceptionally delicate rhythm. He moves through the woods without any rush, pausing for a long time beneath the deep shade of a broad elephant ear leaf after swallowing a few fruits, opening his long beak slightly to exchange life energy with this cruel yet bountiful land in silent breaths. Throughout the prolonged breeding season, the power dynamics and survival struggles the toucan must confront are far more complex than merely coping with the climate. They do not possess the powerful wood-boring capabilities of woodpeckers. Thus, to rear offspring, they must locate natural tree hollows within this ancient jungle or occupy old residences abandoned by other birds. Upon the moss-covered trunk of an old gall tree, he once set his sights upon a premier tree hole, a warm place slowly hollowed out by termites and fungi through hundreds of years of wind and rain. Yet, good dwellings in the jungle are forever a scarce resource, and on that occasion, he encountered a fierce forest eaglehawk searching for a nesting site as well. Confronted by a raptor that, though slightly smaller in frame, possessed razor-sharp talons and beak, the toucan could not engage in direct physical combat, for he knew that any damage to his long beak spelled the arrival of death. In that twilight thick with a crushing pressure, he perched upon the opposite branch, continuously opening his massive beak, flashing its terrifying serrated edges and piercing colors as a defense mechanism, releasing a low, hoarse, frog-like warning call. That was not a furious roar, but a psychological gamble under immense tension. He utilized his entire strength to disguise his power, using his gorgeous plumage to intimidate the opponent. Locked in a stalemate for a full hour, the eaglehawk was ultimately forced back by his immense, bizarre visual pressure, beating its wings to fly toward a deeper valley. He won, winning this safe haven where he could rear the next generation, yet there was no sliver of triumphal joy in his heart at that moment, only endless exhaustion. As he carefully stepped into that narrow, dark tree hollow, the sun was gradually sinking beneath a layered ocean of trees, completely dissolving his lonely silhouette into the growth rings of the wood. The speed at which the night curtain falls is astonishingly rapid. Within a few short minutes, the originally stifling jungle is ruled by a cold, damp atmosphere. Those long beaks that supported the toucan's heat dissipation by day suddenly turn into the most perilous source of cold at this hour, as the surrounding temperature drops below a point his blood vessels can bear. This is precisely why he displays that breathtaking, folded posture every single night. It is his deepest compromise with nature, and his gentlest rescue of his own life. Deep within this tree hollow that is narrow to the point of making a turn near impossible, he slowly crouches his body down, his two powerful blue-gray feet gripping firmly onto the textured bark of the interior. He takes a deep breath, turning that massive beak, which bore countless stairs and heavy pressures by day, 180 degrees backward, resting it smoothly and gently along his spine, and drawing his broad, thick black wing over it like a heavy velvet blanket. Immediately following, his long tail feathers, originally utilized to balance his body in flight, flip upward with a sharp snap like a spring-loaded mechanism, pinning flat against the exterior of his wing-covered back. In scientific studies, this unique skeletal joint structure is termed caudal vertebrae specialization, permitting their tail section to undergo significant reverse bending. Through this exquisite structural geometry of the body, the toucan successfully reduces all bare parts prone to radiating heat and all excess surface area to an absolute minimum. He turns himself into a perfect closed system, locking the body temperature accumulated by day tightly within the minute spaces at the base of his feathers, resisting the deep chill that seeps into the bones in the rainforest midnight. A torrential downpour begins to fall outside, the wild gale making the ancient trunks release heavy creaks, and countless nocturnal predators begin to patrol silently beneath the trees. But he can no longer hear or see them. Within this warm, absolutely secure geometric sanctuary crafted with his own body, he lets down all his guard completely. The tropical rainforest by now has been fully comforted by a gentle, lingering midnight rain. Countless minute water droplets gather and slide down the bizarrely shaped leaves, releasing a highly regular rustling sound that brings an immense peace to the inner soul. The toucan sleeps exceptionally steadily within that hidden tree hollow, his breathing slowed to a quarter of his daytime rate, his every faint rise and fall bearing a form of vital restraint and dignity. We often wear heavy masks in the world of the day, displaying sharp edges and splendors that do not belong to our true inner selves, looking very much like the toucan's massive, vivid beak by day. But please remember, when the night arrives, you similarly possess the right to fold yourself away and tuck your sharp edges out of sight. This world no longer demands that you maintain a perfect image, nor does it require you to calculate gains, losses, and dangers. You need only retreat into your own bed, and like that clever toucan, hide all your heavy burdens beneath gentle wings. That stillness and order originating from the deepest depths of the Amazon basin is now quietly soaking into your room along with these low, slow notes, smoothing away the very last flickering anxiety in your mind. All things have returned to their places, the wind is saying goodbye to you, the rain is singing for you, and that bird of brilliant colors has already guarded an absolute safety for you in the darkness. Now, please close your eyes completely, relax your breathing, and alongside him, drift into a peaceful slumber within the breath of the rainforest. Good night. In the desolate polar night where even time seems completely frozen, what posture must a life assume to endure the ultimate cold of -60 degrees and the boundless darkness? This is the Antarctic continent, the southernmost tip of the earth, where the air is as dry as invisible sand, and the howling of the blizzard cuts as sharply as thousands of steel knives rubbing together at once. Most living creatures cannot establish a foothold in such an extreme environment, flying far away long before the land is completely swallowed by darkness. Yet, there is a species that chooses to bring new life into the world during the harshest winter. The emperor penguin chick, a tiny life endowed with a coat of gray, fluffy down and a waddling gait, lives out a survival epic that shakes the universe between the boundless sheets of hard ice and wild gales. Tonight, let us sit by the gently flickering hearth, and with this story that requires no effort to remember, step into his true life. When the darkness of the polar night heavily cloaks the entire wilderness like a massive shroud of black heavenly fabric, he stands all alone at the edge of the ice sheet, his faint breath instantly turning into a plume of white frost in the air. His tiny body is so delicate, so fragile, as if a slightly more violent blizzard could completely erase him from this sheet of blue ice. Yet, there is no dread, nor is there despair. At the end of his vision, thousands of identical small gray lives are huddled tightly together, forming a massive, slowly shifting fortress of warmth in the darkness. That is a miracle condensed from countless faint body temperatures under nature's most brutal compression, where every emperor penguin chick restrains its own instincts for the survival of its companions. In this realistic world that worships independence and competition, his survival relies not on sharp teeth and claws, nor on fleeing alone, but on a form of unconditional huddling that feels akin to faith. Throughout this 40-minute peaceful narration, let us follow his faint breath that refuses to extinguish in the blizzard, and search together for that ultimate warmth capable of wrapping around all the weariness of the human world. The night of the ice sheet is long and endless. Here, there is no alternation of sunrise and sunset, only the dimming and brightening of starlight and the waxing and waning of storms. When a massive blizzard capable of tearing steel plates sweeps through the entirety of Atka Bay without warning, the emperor penguin chick encounters the first violent fracture that drives his destiny forward. The wild gale kicks up hard ice crystals, violently battering everything at a speed of 160 kilometers per hour. Visibility drops to zero in an instant, leaving only a chaotic void of white. In this terrifying moment, his father, whom he had been relying upon, suffers a violent sway of his body in the fierce wind due to prolonged extreme starvation and physical exhaustion. It is this single stumble that forces his feet, which had been hidden all along beneath the warm, fleshy brood patch flap of his father's belly, to step unexpectedly onto the hard and piercingly freezing ice, surrounded by boundless darkness and roaring winds. If he leaves his father's shelter for more than a few minutes, his delicate internal organs will be completely frozen, and his life will drift toward a desperate, irrecoverable end. He flaps his tiny wings, which have not yet grown feathers, clumsily and frantically upon the ice, releasing sharp and hopeless cries in an attempt to rediscover that single familiar warmth amidst the chaos. However, the sound of the storm is too loud, drowning out all his calls and dispersing the faint scent of his father. This is his first time directly facing the shadow of death, as nature teaches him in the most brutal way just how insignificant an individual's power is upon this frozen continent. He must make a choice within a matter of minutes, either cease resistance in the cold and fall into an eternal sleep, or rely on the instinct that has flowed through his genes for millennia to seek out the collective that can accommodate him. With a waddling yet resolute gait, faces the gale that is strong enough to blow him away, moving step by step, painstakingly toward that hazy, massive black shadow in the darkness. That shadow stands firm in the wind and snow like an ancient, silent volcano, radiating a faint yet eternal heat of life, the final line of defense built by the penguin family with their own flesh. When the emperor penguin chick finally expends his last shred of strength to crash into that massive collective, an ineffable, completely wrapped sense of security instantly swallows him whole. This is a warming huddle spontaneously formed by thousands of adult penguins and chicks. In scientific research, this unique survival behavior is termed social thermoregulation. Inside this huddle, the air seems to stop moving, the -60-degree bitter cold is blocked at the outermost layer, and the temperature of the core area can even reach an astonishing 30 degrees Celsius. He is like a microscopic grain of sand merging into this warm ocean composed of feathers, flesh, and breath, surrounded entirely by thick, soft breasts pressing him gently into a safe pocket of feathers. Here, there is no fighting, no trampling, all lives follow a near-sacred movement pattern of an exceptionally slow rhythm. In order to ensure that the companions on the outermost layer, who are bearing the brunt of the blizzard and whose bodies are on the verge of freezing solid, do not perish, the entire huddle begins to shift as a single whole at an imperceptible speed. Every penguin moves its steps with extreme slowness, shifting from the core area to the perimeter, and then gently retreating from the perimeter back to the core, moving like a slowly crawling wall of life upon the ice sheet. He follows this grand rhythm, his tiny webbed feet stepping onto the ice coated with the warmth of his companions, moving forward a mere few centimeters every few minutes. This movement is so gentle, so restrained, devoid of any haste, appearing like a silent slow dance rehearsed for thousands of years in the dark. Throughout this process, he feels the long heartbeats emanating from his front, back, left, and right, as thousands of heartbeats converge at this moment into a low-frequency resonance. That sound closely resembles the distant tides in the dead of night, or the completely reassuring ambient environment within a mother's womb, gradually pacifying his body which had been trembling violently from fear. He narrows his eyes slightly, resting his head against the plush down of a stranger companion in front of him, feeling the most ultimate tranquility of life within this solid fortress built upon mutual trust. Throughout the prolonged 4-month wait of the polar night, the survival crises the Emperor Penguin Chick must endure extend far beyond the storm before his eyes. There is also the psychological compression of hunger and deep isolation. Although the warmth within the huddle can preserve his life, the hunger in his stomach cuts like an invisible, blunt knife, torturing him in every silent moment. His mother departed for the open seas months ago to forage for food, and is currently drifting hundreds of kilometers away amidst icy, perilous, and treacherous countercurrents. Meanwhile, his father, who remained on land, has kept vigil over him for nearly 100 days without eating or drinking. The fat stores within his body have long been exhausted, and his skin hangs loose like an ill-fitting, old garment. On certain deep nights when the storm slightly subsides, the huddle undergoes a brief relaxation, and he pokes his tiny head out from the narrow gaps to gaze up at the sky which is entirely devoid of light. The loneliness of that moment is overwhelming, surrounded by serene blue glaciers extending to the ends of the earth, with no green trees, no red flowers, nor a single trace of life other than his companions. He often wonders if his mother can still find the road home among the fractured ice floes, and how many more freezing nights his father's nearly depleted body can sustain. This dread of the unknown and yearning for his parents is the right and price he must bear at this age, the price of being the king of the ice sheet. Yet, whenever he feels despair and wants to cease his calls, a nearby companion will always extend a broad flipper, gently brushing through his gray down to grant him wordless reassurance. On this desolate continent forgotten by civilization, the love and bonds between individuals are magnified countless times, becoming the sole weapon to combat a cosmic solitude. Learning from his father's example, he straightens his body out, using those eyes that, though youthful, have already looked through the wind and snow, to gaze calmly into the boundless darkness, silently constructing a complete imagination of spring within his heart. The turning point of destiny often manifests at that exact critical juncture where life is most exhausted and closest to its limit. In the 4th month of the polar night, the penguins within the huddle have reached the edge of exhausting their final lights. The weight of many adult penguins has been reduced by half, and every single shift of their steps is accompanied by the heavy friction of their joints. On this very night, a crystal-shattering, resonant crack suddenly echoes from the distant edge of the ice sheet, making the entire continent seem to tremble slightly. That is the sound of open-sea ice floes battering the fast ice under the push of ocean currents. It delivers an exceptionally vital signal. The ocean is closing in. Immediately following, at the deepest edge of the darkness on the horizon, a faint, near-transparent strand of pink-purple dawn light slowly bleeds across the night sky like a fairy's veil. That is the long-awaited glimmer upon the Antarctic continent, the first gentle overture signaling that the polar night is passing and the sun is about to return. Beneath this strand of light, a massive, dense mass of silhouettes begins to appear upon the distant ice line, accompanied by bursts of high-pitched, rapid, and joy-filled calls. The mothers have returned, their bellies are packed with fresh fish and shrimp, their bodies filled with the yearning for reunion, and they are running frantically toward home across the fractured ice gaps. The entire huddle erupts into a complete boil at this instant, as tens of thousands of penguins release calls simultaneously, their diverse voices weaving in the air to compose a grand symphony of life. The Emperor Penguin Chick stands amidst the crowd, straining his neck high, utilizing his unique frequency to release sharp cries, searching for his one and only mother among tens of thousands of similar voices. When that familiar, warm body finally parts the crowd and cradles him tightly into her embrace, all the cold, hunger, and dread of the past 4 months completely dissolve into that single warm regurgitated feeding and tight hold upon the Antarctic continent now. That pink-purple strand of light is growing increasingly expansive, gradually coating the entirety of the blue ice with a layer of gentle gold. The wind has died down completely, the blizzard has long vanished without a trace, and only those grand glaciers extending to the horizon exude an eternal, tranquil aura within the quiet radiance. Having survived a life-and-death ordeal, the Emperor Penguin Chick now rests securely beneath the newly formed, warm skin flap of his mother's brood pouch, his stomach fully packed and his heart filled with an unprecedented sense of groundedness. His eyes are completely closed, his tiny body rising and falling slightly along with his mother's regular heartbeat, every single breath appearing so relaxed, so serene that we often feel thoroughly exhausted within a realistic world full of competition and internal friction, feeling as though we are a solitary bird losing its direction in a blizzard, unable to locate a harbor to huddle within. But please remember, just like the penguins upon the Antarctic wilderness, the greatest power of life is often hidden within the gentlest gathering and mutual trust. Although this world is occasionally cold, there is always a corner capable of accommodating your fragility, and there is always a bed capable of granting you an absolutely secure wrap. Now, the wind and rain outside have nothing to do with you, and please let those gains and losses of the day, along with the anxieties of the unknown, drift away with them. You have returned to the safest nest, like that emperor penguin chick sleeping soundly at the end of the polar night. Completely relax your body and sink into this warm night. The night is long, the dreamscape is warm, the glimmer has appeared, and you, too, should sleep soundly now. Good night. On the desolate crest of the clouds where even breathing feels difficult, what kind of posture must a life assume to endure such ultimate loneliness and bitter cold? This is the Andes Mountains at an altitude of 4,000 meters, where the air is as thin as a veil of transparent gauze and the sound of the wind cuts as sharply as a blade. Most living creatures here are always in a hurried rush, exhausted merely by the act of survival, yet, there is a creature that chooses to let time unfold with infinite slowness here. The alpaca, a life endowed with a fluffy, soft appearance, has lived out a form of motionless poetry between the coldest rocks and the most barren alpine meadows. Tonight, let us sit by the gently flickering hearth, and with this story that requires no effort to remember, step into his true life. As the night curtains fall low and the star-filled sky scatters like broken diamonds upon the perennial snow, he stands at the highest point of the plateau, slightly narrowing those clear, ethereal eyes. In those eyes, there is no dread, no resistance to the bitter cold, but only an ultimate tranquility that has looked through the wind and frost. He stands perfectly still, as if he himself were a part of the ancient mountain, letting the night breeze brush through the dense, soft fleece upon his body. That wool gleams with a faint silver hue under the moonlight, like a layer of warm armor, gently insulating him from all the cold and clamor of the outside world. In this fast-paced world, his every breath, his every chew, and his every measured step are as slow as a profound meditation. He cares not where the world below has evolved, nor does he heed the playful titles humans have bestowed upon him. He simply guards his own peace upon this ancient plateau. The morning on the plateau often begins with a glimmer of near motionless light. As the first dawn breaks through the mountain mists of the Andes, spilling onto the frost-laden itchy grass, the alpaca slowly opens his eyes. His eyelashes are very long, bearing tiny ice crystals that slide down soundlessly into the soft soil with a gentle blink. He does not behave like other wild animals, scattering in panic or foraging frantically at the very first light of dawn. Instead, he simply stands up quietly, elegantly stretching his somewhat slow-moving body, and casts his gaze toward the undulating mountains in the distance. There, the peaks transition from a cold blue to a warm orange-red in the dawn light, and his inner world seems to grow immensely enriched along with this shift in color. He begins to pace across the meadow with footsteps so light that not a single sound can be heard, as if his physical form possesses no weight, floating like a single cloud atop the blades of grass. The bottom of the alpaca's hooves features thick, soft pads. This unique anatomy allows him to walk upon the jagged, rocky plateau as though treading on the finest carpet. He walks at a leisurely pace, stopping every few steps to tilt his head slightly, as if listening to the whispers left behind by the wind drifting through the valley. This slowness is not a sign of dullness, but a premier survival wisdom nurtured within an extreme environment. On a plateau with critically low oxygen levels, any violent movement is an extreme consumption of life, and he understands this deeply. Thus, he chooses to reconcile with his surroundings, slowing his vital frequency to match the exact wavelength of these ancient mountains. By noon, the sunlight turns somewhat piercing, yet the wind across the plateau still carries a lingering chill that has not entirely dissipated. The alpaca brings his steps to a halt beside a massive block of weathered granite, where a relatively lush patch of low-lying grass grows. He lowers his head, utilizing those soft, flexible lips to delicately touch the blades, selecting the freshest parts. His feeding process resembles a meticulously choreographed ritual, free from competition, free from haste, defined only by one highly regular chew after another. The secrets of Science are often concealed within these unnoticed details. As a ruminant, the alpaca possesses an exceptionally efficient yet slow digestive system. Those coarse fibers must undergo a long journey within his stomach, a journey that demands his ultimate patience. After eating his fill, he finds a sun-drenched slope, slowly settling his body down to enter his most cherished hours of rumination of the day. His jaw begins to move regularly from side to side, producing an infinitesimal, rustling friction that sounds remarkably like the white noise of wind brushing through leaves in the dead of night. His eyes are half open and half closed, his gaze defocused into the void. His countenance closely resembles a centenarian looking back on past memories from a relaxing chair. This habit of rumination is not merely a digestion of food, but feels more like taking everything seen and heard during the day, along with every draft of wind that blew past him, and placing it in his heart to be reconsidered and savored anew. The surrounding world may be undergoing turbulent shifts, a bird might swiftly streak past, or a dark cloud might obscure the sun, yet he will not lose his composure over any of it. He simply maintains that steady frequency, beat after beat, smoothing away all restlessness with his wordless rhythm. Over the long passage of years, the alpacas did not always drift in such solitude. They were once the most revered guardians of the Inca Empire. In Machu Picchu, that ancient site known as the City in the Clouds, his ancestors accompanied the old priests, witnessing the prosperity and the eventual curtain fall of a civilization. The people of that era worshipped them, viewing them as gifts bestowed upon the earth by the gods, for they brought not only warm pelts but a form of spiritual solace. Today, the splendor of the empire has long dissolved into moss-covered ruins of stone, and the golden palaces have turned to dust within the pages of history books. Yet the alpacas remain here, their appearance has not altered, their steps have not changed, and their attachment to this land remains entirely untouched. He occasionally stands beside those ancient stone walls, letting the setting sun elongate his lonely, elegant silhouette. Those wars sparked by humans for power and territory seem to him perhaps nothing more than a brief thundershower upon the plateau, arriving fiercely but vanishing just as fast. With thousands of years of restraint and gentleness, he gazes coldly upon the rises and falls of human history, becoming the longest-lasting keeper of this destiny. This serene sense of fate imparts a sacred aura to his presence that transcends mundane matters. He is not the main protagonist of history, yet with his long and slow life, he silently records the passage of time, healing the scars left by eras. When we toss and turn in the deep of the night over the gains and losses of daily life, remembering that he stands by the ancient ruins, watching time with that calm gaze, can help release the greater part of our anxiety. The dusk colors the western sky of the Andes Mountains like overturned blue-purple ink, slowly bleeding across the horizon. The temperature begins to plummet off a cliff, and the warmth of the day is instantly swallowed by the freezing twilight of the plateau. The alpaca knows the most difficult hour of the day is drawing near, yet he still searches for a place to pass the night on the meadow without any rush. He finds a hollow sheltered from the wind, where his companions have gathered, adjusting their distances from one another in silence. The alpaca is a highly social creature that nevertheless maintains a polite distance, and intense conflicts rarely break out among them. In the freezing night, they spontaneously form a circle, their bodies coming into slight contact, shielding the young offspring within the warmest, central core. He stands on the outer perimeter, facing the night wind that has begun to rage, holding his head high and letting tiny snowflakes land upon his muzzle. That immensely fluffy, thick fleece begins to exhibit a marvelous capacity for insulation, locking in every ray of the daytime sun within the hollow fibers of the wool. From a scientific perspective, the insulation properties of alpaca wool are extraordinary. It contains almost no grease, ensuring it does not lose its warmth due to moisture. This most generous gift of nature grants him a portable haven of warmth in this wilderness devoid of trees. Thus, he stands quietly amidst the wind and snow, closing his eyes, feeling the faint warmth emanating from his companions' bodies, fully committing himself to this cold and tranquil night. The night has grown profoundly deep, and the Andes Mountains have fallen completely into an atmosphere of ether and absolute stillness. The wind has died down, the snow has ceased, and only the brilliant Milky Way spans across the pitch-black sky, radiating an eternal glow. The alpaca finally kneels down slowly upon the ground, submissively tucking his limbs beneath his torso, compressing himself into a rounded, fluffy presence of pure warmth. His breathing becomes exceptionally deep and slow. With every exhalation, a faint cloud of white mist condenses in the freezing air, only to dissolve silently into the starlight that we often search far and wide for inner peace, unaware that this very tranquility has already flowed through the alpaca on the distant plateau for thousands of years. He needs to prove nothing to the world, nor does he seek to conquer anything. He merely uses the slowest posture to live out the fullest resilience of life. That unique air of ether and peace from the highlands now seems to flow gently into your room along this tender melody, wrapping around your weariness. In this world, there are always corners that remain quiet, and there are always lives that unfold without any rush. Therefore, please set down all your worries with a peaceful mind, and just like that alpaca sleeping soundly in the clouds, surrender your body to the soft bed. The night is long, the breeze is gentle, the starlight is beautiful, and you, too, should sleep soundly now. Good night. When the last ray of the sweltering golden sunshine is soundlessly swallowed by the boundless wilderness of red earth, the land finally welcomes the stillness of the night. In the deepest reaches of the most parched and severe savanna plain, how long a journey must a life traverse to find the path leading to hope amidst layered crises? The wind here carries a sliver of ancient desolation, and the grass releases rustling whispers in the dark, as if narrating an ancient riddle of time and memory. Most living creatures appear terrified and uneasy during the dry season, for the resources of survival are being drawn away from this land shred by shred at a visible speed. Yet, there is a life that, at this most critical juncture, still chooses to lead her entire immense family, maintaining the slowest and most stable pace in the universe. The African elephant matriarch, this wise elder who has lived a full 60 years and whose body is as rough as a statue of weathered granite, has become the most reassuring, eternal landscape upon the entire wilderness. Tonight, let us sit by the gently flickering hearth, and with this story that requires no effort to remember, step into her true life. At this moment, the setting sun is like a bonfire on the verge of burning out, casting her incredibly massive silhouette, leaning slightly forward, extremely long across the red earth. In those eyes webbed with the creases of time, there is not a single shred of fretfulness from being unable to locate a water source, but only an ultimate tranquility that has looked through life and death, spanning half a century. She slowly lifts her heavy footpad and places it exceptionally solidly upon the red clay. Every single footfall feels as if it were a profound and ancient dialogue with the pulse of the earth. In this world that worships speed and plunder, her wisdom manifests not in sharp teeth and claws, but in her obstinate adherence to ancient memories and her gentle guardianship of bloodline kinships. Throughout the slow narration of the next 40 minutes, let us follow her stable steps that span thousands of miles, step by step, kneading our inner anxieties entirely into the serene night of the wilderness. The drought of the wilderness has already persisted for a full 5 months. The originally thriving acacia trees now possess nothing but withered branches, and the surface of the earth has cracked into deep, wound-like fissures. The air is thick with the scorching scent of parched soil, and all animals are erupting into violent conflicts for the last few mouthfuls of turbid muddy water. Order is confronting the first violent fracture of destiny. At this pivotal turning point determining the life and death of the entire family, the African elephant matriarch slowly brings her heavy steps to a halt beside an old riverbed that has long dried into yellow sand. Her 2 massive ears, already somewhat torn at the rims, flap gently, capturing those faint tremors from deep beneath the ground that humans cannot hear at all. The young female elephants within the family begin to appear restless and anxious, the calves release feeble wails from excessive thirst, and all gazes are currently condensed heavily upon the matriarch alone. As the absolute authority and spiritual leader of the herd, any single erroneous decision she makes means that the offspring behind her might reduce to a pile of white bones upon the wilderness during the subsequent long migration. Yet, the matriarch does not blindly follow the migratory routes of other animals. She simply stands quietly in the dead center of the scalding yellow sand, plunging into a prolonged contemplation. Within her brain, she is frantically flipping through a memory map spanning 50 years, a similarly tragic, extraordinary drought she experienced with her mother when she was in her teens. Those ancient routes and hidden springs buried by time slowly pierce through the mists of eras at this moment, resketching clear textures within her mind. She does not urge her family, nor does she release furious roars. She merely turns her body around, utilizing her exceptionally flexible trunk to harvest an incredibly gentle caress upon the skull of the small calf beside her that is on the verge of collapse. That single touch bears the deepest affection and restraint of a mother and a grandmother, as if soundlessly telling everyone, "Do not fear, follow my steps closely, we are going home." Following this, she turns her body and once more commences her stable pace, one that is highly regular like a clockwork pendulum and never panics, walking resolutely toward that desolate, rocky hill path that appears entirely hopeless to everyone else. The path through the rugged rocky hills is exceptionally arduous, the scalding rocks as sharp as knives, yet beneath the matriarch's feet, which are lined with thick, cushioned pads, these obstructions are gently dissolved. When the sun climbs to the meridian and the temperature of the wilderness reaches its absolute peak, the matriarch pauses once more before a massive, ancient baobab tree with a diameter reaching several meters, which is nearly withered to death. She touches the bark gently with her trunk, and subsequently releases low-frequency infrasound calls that humans cannot hear and can only be felt through the earth, a midnight secret decipherable solely by the elephant family. The secrets of science are often concealed within these unknown details. Relying on the sensitive nerves on their footpads and a specialized laryngeal anatomy, elephants are capable of transmitting infrasound to companions dozens of kilometers away. During this long and silent afternoon, the matriarch utilizes this ancient method to exchange information regarding safety and water sources with another migrating herd far in the distance. Having confirmed the route ahead, she does not rush to lead the herd onward. Instead, she chooses to guide her family into the most soothing, motionless hours of the day beneath this rare shade. She begins to wrap her trunk around the dry grass on the ground, methodically placing it into her mouth to chew, her every movement as slow as an exceptionally gentle gamble with time. This slowness, appearing somewhat incredible to ordinary people, is actually a premier survival philosophy she has synthesized at this age and in this environment, to learn to preserve every single shred of physical strength during the most difficult times. The younger elephants mimic her example, settling into quietude one after another, clustering around her massive body, their skins rubbing gently against each other, radiating a deeply reassuring animal warmth. Within this fortress built of massive physical forms and mild bonds, the small calf finally succumbs to exhaustion, leaning against the matriarch's thick, pillar-like legs to fall into a deep sleep. The surrounding wilderness may remain full of brutal survival competition, and a pride of greedy lions might be casting starved stares from the distant bushes. Yet, as long as the matriarch's mountain-like body still stands here, there will not be a sliver of dread within the hearts of the entire family. They simply guard their own rhythm of life in wordless serenity. Throughout the prolonged passage of half a century, the African elephant matriarch was not always this revered and serene. The deep recesses of her life were once etched with the crushing pressures and violent scars of an era. In that crazed and chaotic era 20 or 30 years ago, ivory became a luxury item greedily pursued by the human world, and cold gunshots shattered the millennia-old quietude of this ancient plain. She once witnessed her own mother, the matriarch of the herd at the time, fall desperately into a pool of blood during a brutal hunt to protect her younger self, those tusks violently sawed away. That disaster of an era not only tore away her kin but stripped her of the carefree youth a young elephant ought to possess, thrusting her onto the edge of a destiny where she was forced to mature rapidly, confronted by a human civilization armed with modern weapons and boundless greed. The weak elephants could not engage in direct physical combat and vengeance, for that signified the annihilation of the entire species. Yet, she made the most intelligent and resilient choice. She learned to avoid human settlements, learned to conceal their tracks within the night and dense woods, burying hatred deeply within her heart to transform it into an immense power guarding her family. With decades of restraint, endurance, and gentleness, she gazed coldly upon the conflicts and curtain falls sparked by human society for money and territory, becoming the longest-lasting recorder of this savannah destiny. Those rises and falls deemed magnificent within human history seemed to her perhaps nothing more than a transient dust storm upon the red clay, arriving fiercely but vanishing just as fast. When she passes those ancient, weed-grown ruins of conflict today, she stops her family, using her trunk to gently caress those cold, broken walls. She has not been warped by hatred, nor has she lost the mild, noble nature inherent to the bones of the elephant family. She still utilizes the gentlest posture to nurture every newborn child. When we toss and turn in the deep of the night over material disputes, unfair treatment, or mental friction in our daily lives, remembering that she stands beneath the savannah sky, watching time with that calm gaze that transcends life, death, and hatred, can help release the greater part of our grievances and anxieties in an instant. When time arrives at the dusk of the migration's seventh day, the matriarch, relying on her astonishing memory and fortitude, finally brings her family before an ancient stone wall hidden deep within a canyon. The surface here is similarly parched, without a single trace of flowing water. Despair begins to bleed from the eyes of the young females, yet the matriarch's gaze turns boundlessly deep at this exact hour. She walks slowly before a moss-covered rock face that appears entirely unextraordinary, extending her rough, textured trunk to initiate an exceptionally precise excavation within the dry rock crevices. She first uses her trunk to clear away heavy debris, and subsequently utilizes the uniquely strong forelimbs of an elephant to scoop away the soft soil, beat after regular beat. When the depth reaches nearly a meter, a stream of underground spring water, bearing a faint earthy fragrance and crystal clarity, finally infiltrates soundlessly along the gravel. This is the vital miracle that can be mastered solely by an old elder who has weathered half a century of frost, to excavate the sweetest hope beneath the most desperate desolation. The calves erupt into excited cheers, yet the matriarch does not step forward to drink first. She merely steps back a pace, standing mildly on the outer perimeter, permitting her starved offspring to thoroughly enjoy this gift of nature. At this moment, within the very last gentle afterglow of the setting sun, the matriarch's body is coated with a sacred rim of crimson gold. She appears precisely like an ancient deity guarding the wilderness. She watches her children draw water and play with their trunks in silence, feeling that ultimate joy and satisfaction of bloodline continuity, and all the weariness of the past 7 days vanishes in this single instant. As the night sinks down completely at an unstoppable speed and the temperature turns cool and comfortable, she finally steps forward, drinking her own share of the clear spring, and subsequently leans her massive body submissively against the warm rock wall, prepared to welcome this peaceful night. The savanna plain by now has fallen entirely into an atmosphere of ether, depth, and absolute stillness. The wind has ceased completely, and those lives clamorous by day have currently drifted into slumber. Only a brilliant starry sky, resembling a silver river, spans quietly across the pitch-black firmament. Deep within the canyon, the elephant family has thoroughly quieted down, the calves sleeping exceptionally sweetly within the warmest core area, their breaths echoing softly through the valley. The matriarch, too, finally closes her wise eyes slowly. She does not lie down, but maintains a standing posture, her trunk resting securely before her torso as she enters her deepest dreamland. Her breathing becomes exceptionally deep, steady, and long. Every faint rise and fall carries a form of vital restraint, dignity, and boundless resilience. We often lose ourselves within a day world full of anxiety and rapid paces, feeling as though we are a solitary grain of dust thoroughly exhausted within the storms of fate. But please remember, just like the African elephant family upon the savanna wilderness, the greatest power of life is never a momentary explosion, but that slow, unhurried perseverance with a path mapped in the heart. Although this world is occasionally cruel, as long as a yearning for peace remains preserved in the depths of your heart, you can always find your own clear spring of life within this dark night. Now, please thoroughly shed the masks of the day, relax every single tightened nerve, and like that matriarch sleeping soundly beneath the starry sky, surrender your weary soul entirely to this secure night. The night is long, the breeze is gentle, the dreamscape of the earth is beautiful, and you, too, should sleep soundly now. Good night.